everyone. Appreciate you coming in and getting started. Um, Representative Del Silvestro, would you lead us in the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So welcome back from vacation. And in Labor Committee, we dodged a little bit of a bullet. We've got 15 bills on the docket. And Representative McGuire, how many do you have? Yeah, 100? Oh, okay. So you're on the. Right. So we dodged a little bit of a bullet. One of the things I'd like to do is Representative Murphy has now joined our committee. She has replaced Representative Guyson, who has other duties on transportation at the same time on Tuesdays. And so we have a welcome to Representative Murphy. I sent everyone an outline of our bills for this term or for this year. 15 bills, basically scheduled 3 to 5 bills a day over the next 5 weeks. And so on the 3rd, 20th, 27th, or the 13th, 20th, 27th, and then the 3rd and 10th of February. And that should knock us out. That gets us all of our bills in, all of our early bills in on time. And that continues to flow onto the House floor. I've started each day with an hour and a half exec session for the bills from the previous week. And that's all flexible. We can change that, but that's sort of the concept, is it gets us in and out relatively quickly, and it keeps the bills flowing toward the House floor. Are there any questions on that? Any comments, concerns based on what I sent out? Representative Sullivan.
Just to confirm, we are on Tuesdays every week going through.
Yeah, what happened was Commerce got hammered with like a ton of bills, and they had to rework the whole schedule. So they put us back on Tuesdays, which is where we were last year, and I agreed to that for the good of the House. Any other questions? Okay, so we met and went through our retained bills. On the retained bills, there was a question that came up regarding the rules process. And the rules process is designed so that the legislation that we pass, that the Senate approves, that the governor signs, then goes to the department and is implemented so that the intent of that bill is put into the rules process, and that's what the state follows. There was some question about how that process works. Number one. Number two, is the checks and balances in that process, so that when we pass a bill, we're confident that the intent that we had actually takes place, and that's what's actually being followed. And so in that light, I've asked Representative McGuire, who runs JOCAR, to come and talk to us about the process. One, how the process works, but then two, how we as bill sponsors and people concerned about bills can input into that system to make sure that our legislative intent is met. Representative McGuire, thank you so
Yes,
much for
thank
taking
you.
the time today.
For those I haven't met, I'm Carol McGuire. This is my 9th term in the House and my 8th on JLCAR. I've been chair 3 times and vice chair 3 times, I think. So I've become very familiar with the process. It is spelled out in excruciating detail in RSA 541A. If you want to know how it works, you can look at that, or you can check with the OLS Office of Administrative Rules, because they have a handbook that takes 541A, which is, as I said, in excruciating detail, and expands and details it into the handbook, which is what the agencies that write the rules are required to follow. The basic process is that a rule is adopted for a 10-year term. Every 10 years, every rule gets reviewed by the agency that owns it and goes through the entire process again. It also gets revised if there's any law changes or a new law is created, and that's what's most interesting to most people. The way that it works is that when you pass a bill or write a bill that requires rulemaking, you say the agency will create rules according to 541A to if you do it badly, you'll say to implement the purpose of this chapter. That means the agency can take what the basic law of the chapter and interpret it however they feel like. They can do anything they want, and that's within the scope of what you've said. We don't recommend that. If you're more conscientious, you'll say the agency will write rules to, and then you give the criteria and the specification of what you want the rules for. For example, I'm mostly familiar with, say, licensing law, so I'd say, okay, the criteria for a license, the fee involved in a license, any waivers or exemptions, and the timing. And then that will be detailed in the rules. An agency cannot write rules that it does not have specific statutory authority for, or general statutory authority for, because rulemaking is basically a delegation of our legislative power. A rule has the force of law because it is essentially a detailed out part of law. So, assuming you write a bill and it passes, and you have included the requirement for rules, the agency will get to work on it. You and any other representative that cares can get involved at a number of different points. First of all, before they issue the rules, the agency frequently goes out and talks to people who are involved, what they call stakeholders. In this case, major employers, maybe unemployment, maybe the people that run disability or workers' compensation. They might talk to them before they do anything. Then they issue a notice that they are starting into rulemaking. This notice is in something called the Rulemaking Register, which every representative gets an email copy of every week. At least open it and look at it. Most of the time, most of the rules there will neither interest you nor will you care about, really. But if there's something that if there's a rule that you know something about or care about, you can look at it. There'll be a short introduction from the agency on why they're doing the rule and what's involved. And then there will be the initial draft, which may or may not be any good, but it'll be there. It'll be the draft. And there'll be an address of where to send your comments and a notice of the public hearing. They take written and usually emailed comments from anybody at that point. And the public hearing is, as you know, open to the public, and you can certainly ask, go there and attend. You can, some of them are online, virtual. You can do that if you care, and you can send your comments. That is probably the most effective time to influence a rule because it's a draft. They not only have to ask for public comment, they have to actually read it and consider it. They may read it, consider it, and say, hell no, that's frequently within their scope, but they have to at least consider it.
Representative Wire, we have a question.
Going back a little bit, but you're talking about making the request for rulemaking. Who makes that request and when?
Well, there's a couple of different ways it can happen. The first way, of course, is you pass a bill that requires rulemaking. The commissioner, the rule could have expired or be about to expire. The agency may decide their rule is out of date or inappropriate. They want to revise it on their own. or there is a provision in 541A for any interested person to ask that the agency review the rule. And I've used that a couple of times. I wrote to safety, for example, to say, you know, your handicap license plate rules are incorrect because one of my constituents was being denied. And I sent that in. A day later, the commissioner's attorney called me to ask what the problem was. And then the commissioner called. And then they sent a very nice letter saying, no, the rules are fine. They're just being badly implemented at the counter, and we're going to do some retraining. And that is something that, as I said, any interested party can do. Yes.
What I was really, I mean, being the people who sponsor bills, do you write the need for rules into the bill itself?
Oh, yes. They cannot write rules without legislative authority.
So if you don't write it into the bill, your opportunity to get rules written for your bill has passed. Thank you.
That is one of the duties of the vice chairs that is frequently overlooked, is that on any bill that goes, hey, I'm a vice chair now and I have to do it. So you'll look at any bill and say, does this need rules to be implemented? A lot of them do. And is the rulemaking specified and not so broad as to, just be saying, go ahead and make some rules. We don't care what they are.
Follow up to that,
President Warren.
Wire.
Yes.
Does OLS ever suggest that when they're writing bills for us, that maybe we should put something regarding rules in there?
They haven't for me, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do in other cases. Your committee, yes, you all should be looking at it and saying, will this be able to be implemented? And if you look at it and say, well, but they need to know, what the form is, or what the fee, how to pay the fee. If there's a fee, it has to be specified in the statute. The agency cannot add a fee without specific authorization. But you should be aware, of course, that if you say a fee not to exceed $50, it will be $50. That's been my experience forever. It's seen as a floor. But in any event, so the public hearing is over. People have commented. And as a bill sponsor, you definitely get polite hearing, even if they disagree with you. And then a revised rule is presented to JELCAR. JELCAR is the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules. There's 5 senators, 5 representatives, a full slate of alternates, and it meets monthly throughout the year. And every rule goes through JELCAR to be reviewed and considered to see whether it's in line with the legislative intent. The package that comes to JELCAR is not only the actual rule, it has to include a fiscal note as to what the effect of the rule would be, and recently added a report of public comments received at the public hearing or before or after, and what the agency did to accommodate them. This is where they have to say, yes, we looked at this. DES has been doing this for years, and they'll say, somebody writes in, well, this number should be 1.2 instead of 1.25. And they'll come back and say, well, yes, but our source data says it should be 1.25. Or they'll say, oh yeah, you're right, it's 1.2. And then they revise the rule accordingly. That has been very helpful because when you're looking at a rule, the more you know about the subject matter, the easier it is to understand the implications. That's why we like to have more representatives look at the rules, because you're the subject matter. I don't know. I know essentially zero about labor law. But you, I presume, know at least a little bit. And so if every one of the representatives looks at the rules that they think they understand something about, you'll get a much better understanding of whether the rule implements the purpose of the legislation and the intent than if we just, plopped it and threw it over the wall. That's been a recurring problem that all the speakers I've known since Bill O'Brien have been concerned about, is that very, very few representatives get involved in the rulemaking process. Many people will write complicated bills with massive rulemaking requirements and then never get involved in the actual rules. And the simpler ones are even more likely to be ignored. And so we lose the expertise. There's a set of attorneys over in OLS, separate from the bill drafters, who actually review the rules in incredible detail. I couldn't do it for more than half an hour at a time. And they make sure that it does not conflict with or exceed their rulemaking authority, that it's properly done according to the handbook of rules, and it meets all the requirements.
We have a question, please, Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if a representative wants to get involved in the rulemaking process, they just look at the register and see if there's anything that they know about, and what do they do from there?
That would be the easiest thing. The next thing to do would be to write a comment about the rule and send it in at the public hearing time, which is in the register. And if you want to attend the public hearing, that's even better.
Thank you.
And so JLCAR reviews all the rules, depending, as I said, we meet monthly. Lately, that is in the last 5 years or so, we've had an increasingly long consent calendar where unfortunately some things can slip by because when we used to get hard copies of it, the package was about yay thick, literally. And now we're reading it online, and I would take a large bet that no member of JLCAR actually reads every page of every rule that's on that packet. I skim most of them and carefully read the ones that I know something about, and that's, I'm sure, the most likely situation. We need the people that actually write the bills to take a look at the rules and see that they are following what's required. Because the attorneys don't necessarily understand the details of the subject matter. Their grammar is very good, but they're not so hot on.
But if a representative comes to you and says, hey, this is important, then you'll obviously focus your attention on that. Is that correct?
Yes, and people do comment. The December meeting, which was the last one, we had a large number of camps and seasonal neighborhoods talking to us about the requirement for septic systems in seasonal camps and small lots. And the rules did change because we want to make sure that these camps and small lots don't pollute our lakes. And there was some concern about it, but the agency responded to the concerns. They explained the issues. They also explained that all current camps are grandfathered. They're not going to go back and tell Lock Lake Colony, for example, to go back and rebuild their entire septic system. If the system fails, they're going to have to rebuild it bigger and better, but as long as they keep it up, it's okay. And so we approved the rule, but we spent, I think, half an hour talking about it and considering what the requirements really ought to be, balancing the owners of that kind of situation versus, the people that care about the waters and the lakes.
Any questions? Representative
Okay.
Cahill.
Actually, Chair, this is a comment. Your predecessor, the Honorable Will Infantine, often expressed a desire to get things up out of rules into the RSA where people could see them.
Fair enough.
Yes, and that is perfectly possible. But however, even if you write all the requirements out in as much detail as you know, which is frequently a difficult challenge, it's still going to require rules to take care of the details that you assume everybody knows. Like where to send the check, or how to make the payment, or what the actual form to fill out looks like.
For a follow-up.
Quoting Rosanna Dana's grandmother, there's always something.
Exactly.
Very reliable source. Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the jail car committee, do they have the ability to amend rules or change them, or do they just tell the people who drafted them to do it again? Or
We have the ability to make simple changes where we can say, we'll approve it if on this page you take, as necessary and put in these exact words. Or we can say, well, we'll approve it if you take this out. More commonly, we have a bully pulpit. We'll point out an issue that we have concerns with and tell them to come back next month after fixing it. That works remarkably well. We haven't had we don't get too much pushback on that, but it does happen. And generally there's a reason for it that needs to be explained. And so they explain. One fun one was Representative Leon has a woodlot with a lot of insect-infested trees, and she's been cutting it down and consuming it in bonfires. Well, DES has a requirement that not DES. There somehow from DES and cultural resources, I think, and forestry, there is a rule that this sort of bonfire cannot contain wood exceeding 5 inches in diameter. This is because those are harder to control and more likely to continue burning. Why 5 inches? I have no idea. She convinced me that it was a silly requirement in her case, and so I asked them, and they couldn't tell me if it was the maximum diameter or the average diameter, which matters. They couldn't tell me if it was for one log in a pile or the average of the whole pile, and no indication of how they were actually going to measure it. As far as I can tell, the only way they do measure it is they go and look at the pile and say, yeah, those logs are too big. You have to split them before you burn them. And that's about it. So I did not approve the rule because I felt it was unable to be fairly implemented and enforced. Was outvoted.
Representative Seaworth.
Thank you. So from what you said, it sounds to me like if I am concerned about a rule, interested, if I see a problem, the best time for me to get involved is before the public hearing and with the department, with a comment to the department because they're required to consider it.
Yes.
Second best would be if I don't like what happened there, I can try to get it addressed at GELCAR. But it sounds like I'd be more effective.
You're much more
earlier.
effective if you do it before they come up with the final draft, which is after the public hearing. And in many cases, the agencies are looking for help to develop their rules, so they put out a draft expecting it to be significantly modified before it goes into effect.
Are there any other questions? Yeah, please.
I'm still unclear on how we put into a bill, or if we amend a bill in committee to address the rules thing. What sort of language would we see in a bill that might trigger us to remember?
Okay,
To
the first
add-
thing is that there will be a line saying the so-and-so will adopt rules according to 541A2, and then that there'll be the list of criteria and things that need to be covered in the rules. If it goes on to say, to implement the purposes of this chapter, please don't do that.
Okay, I do have one question. You go through all this process and you're convinced that the department is wrong and that their analysis is wrong. And then it goes back and forth between you and the department and it finally gets set in rules. But as a representative, I'm like, that isn't what my intent is. Then what do you do?
Okay, well, first of all, if you can convince members of GELCAR that you're right and the agency is wrong, which has been known to happen, the GELCAR can object to the rule. We can object in a couple of different ways. The mildest one is an objection where the rule can still go into effect, but if anybody sues, the agency does not have the assumption that their rule implements the law correctly. So they're in a very bad place if somebody sues. If nobody sues, nobody cares, they'll just sail on. The other thing that GELCAR can do is do a permanent objection and submit a resolution to the House and Senate to say this rule is wrong. We cannot implement it. And the rule cannot be imposed until that resolution is dealt with by the House and the Senate.
Okay.
This doesn't happen all that often, but we have stopped a number of rules. My very first term, the governor wanted to take, I think, 100 million out of the medical malpractice fund and use it to fund, I don't know, something silly for the state government. And the GELCAR believed that it belonged to the doctors who'd been paying into that fund for years and had been overcharged or not made so many mistakes that the fund was drained. And we got the House and the Senate to agree with us, and the transfer was stopped. Other times, once it gets to the resolution stage, negotiations proceed apace. We had one about doctors the next term, and when it got to the Senate, they retained it, and the board and the doctors got together and reworked it so that they revised the rule to something much more agreeable to the doctors who were the ones objecting, and the resolution was killed because the rule had been changed enough to be acceptable.
Okay.
So if you find that the rule is very wrong and it's been approved by GELCAR already, then your best bet is to, or objected to, your best bet is to sue.
Okay.
Because that'll force them to explain it without the presumption that they're correct.
All right. Ma'am, thank you for taking the time.
bet.
I'm sorry. Representative Flanagan, go ahead.
You could introduce legislation to get rid of the rule, couldn't you?
Well, basically, what you would have to do is introduce legislation to change the requirements for the rule. You can't repeal a rule by legislation
Really?
unless you're changing the base statute that it affects. If you're, for example, abolishing a department, then you have to include in the bill that you're doing so that the rules of the previous department, like when we created the Department of Energy, we had to say that the previous rules of the PUC are effective for a year or not effective at all and abolished immediately. It's your choice, but you have to get it through that way.
Thank you.
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you coming in
Okay,
and
always a pleasure.
running us through it.
And do look at the rulemaking register. The more people who do, the more likely it is that we'll catch the stupid mistakes that happen.
Super. Now, Mr. Davis has or Mr. Allen rather, has given us a spread or a diagram of the process that Representative McGuire just went through, and you've got that in front of you. So from the other side of the fence, Ms. Albert, you want to bring your guys up and run us through what happens when the department gets the laws that we sent and how they go through their rulemaking process.
Good morning.
Mr. Garrison,
We're,
sorry.
we're coming in force today.
All right,
As a team.
a team effort. Cool.
My name is John Garrigan. I am General Counsel for the Department of Labor. With me is Deputy Commissioner Danielle Albert, and also with me is our Legislative Liaison, Cassie Abbott. Representative McGuire gave you an extremely detailed and completely accurate overview of the process. So we're happy to take whatever questions you have about how it works kind of on our end. I'll fill in a few of the gaps of kind of what we do when we're writing rules. As Representative McGuire explained, the 541A manual and rules about how to write rules is excruciatingly detailed and a bit esoteric at times, really. Our process internally, we're always kind of constantly reviewing our rules, but every 10 years we do have to really put them through and review them carefully. Internally, sometimes there's no limit on the agency being able to submit new rules within that 10-year period. We could do that whatever time we want. Typically speaking, we don't unless there's a particular reason to do so. The process is quite involved. But we will, ahead of even filing a proposal internally, we'll do many months of meetings to determine what should change about these rules internally. Do we need to update any of our forms? It can be really, frankly, boring stuff like our address is going to change soon and we need to update the address. It can be really important stuff like changing numbers and levels about who qualifies for what when. During that whole time, I mean, we are bound by the statutes. We are bound within that authority granted by the statutes. We cannot exceed that authority. There's a legal concept called ultra vires. If a rule exceeds the authority granted by the statute or goes outside the bounds of the statute, it's invalid. The Supreme Court will strike it down. There was a case, I think several years back now, state police had a rule about gun permits, out-of-state gun permits that got struck down just for this very reason. When we are reviewing the statutes to determine what is it that we need to put into rules to make sure that we're doing this right, we follow the same statutory interpretation criteria set by the Supreme Court and all courts in New Hampshire when they're reviewing statutes to determine what they mean, which is we look first at the plain language of the statute and we give all the words their plain and ordinary meaning. And we take all of those words within the context of the statutory scheme. We cannot take any words out that are in there, and we cannot add any more words in that aren't in there. So we spend a lot of time with dictionaries, whether it's Webster's or Black's Law Dictionary, to figure out what does this mean? And from there, what can we do with it? Now, different statutes give us different grants of authority to make rules on different things. So for instance, and this I think comes a bit from the fact that the Department of Labor is old. A lot of our statutes are really old. And a lot of those grants of rulemaking authority are old, and they tend to be broader when they're older. There's modern ones that are broad too, but sometimes it's the commissioner shall have authority to make rules about the subject matter as he see fit. That's very broad. Sometimes it's really narrow. It's simply, we might administer a certain license and the grant of authority is the commissioner, the licensee shall file something on a form prescribed by the commissioner. We're just coming up with a piece of paper on that one. That's quite narrow. So in terms of the process, we spend a lot of time internally wordsmithing, and we put it up. If you want to get really detailed, we put it up on a big screen in our big conference room, and we all sit around and get a lot of coffee. And we come up with better ways to write it, or we say, yep, this makes sense, or note this needs to change because XYZ change, or this is confusing. We're really sensitive to questions we get from the public on whether it's workers' compensation matters, wage and hour matters. If we're getting a lot of questions on the same topic, like, hey, what does this mean? That's a good sign for us that we should reword something so that it makes more sense or clarifies a particular point. So, for instance, right now we're reviewing our 800 rules, which pertain to wage and hour, a lot of our wage and hour provisions. There's a question that comes up about amending timesheets, that employees have to approve in writing an amendment to their timesheet. A question has come up in many recent years of, can they do it by an email, or does it have to be on a a wet ink signature? Can they even just initial it or acknowledge it through a text message? When that provision was likely enacted into law, yeah, we were talking paper timesheets and pens. Nowadays, our interpretation is as long as it's in writing, whatever that writing is, that's fine. So we're going to put that into the rule. We're going to clarify that kind of otherwise really minor point of the law. That process for us can take months and months of back and forth. Some rule sets are a lot longer than others. Some have a lot more questions to resolve than others. And then we submit it through the initial proposal process. After we get our fiscal impact statement, we submit it to OLS. I will say the OLS attorneys are fantastic. They're really, really detailed folks. We get, doesn't matter how good of a job we think we've done, we get lots of red lines back. And they are very keen on where do you have the authority to do this? Does the words you're using in the rule match up with the words in the statute? Do they all mean the same thing? Are we all talking about the same thing? And sometimes their feedback is very grammatical. Just put a space here. They're really keen on, are you using the word may to make something discretionary? Or are you using the word shall, in which case it's no longer discretionary? They're very keen on that. They're keen on, does the list of requirements you have, is that the whole universe of requirements? Or are you doing a, including but not limited to? In which case, where does that authority come from? Also, how are you gauging the not limited to, right? We have a lot of back and forth with them. We have a very good relationship with them. It's not adversarial in any sense. It's a very cooperative, very detailed process. Then that's even before it gets published. Then it gets published in the register. We put it up on our website. We put our dates of our public hearings up on our website.
We posted our waiting room.
And we posted it in our waiting room. So then the public can weigh in and comment. We have to take those comments. We have to consider them. There's a new requirement as of, I think, a couple years ago that we actually have to then actually post the comments themselves up on our website. We don't actually typically get a lot of public comments on a lot of rules. Then comes, we get to rewrite the rule at that point based on that feedback, or even based on the fact that we've had further discussions or had further thoughts and say, this seemed like a good idea. I think we can tweak it a little bit more. Then we file a final proposal. That's what ends up going to JLCAR. That final proposal also gets picked through by the OLS lawyers. We have another round of back and forth with them. Finally, we go to JLCAR. They are a great group of people to work with. We take their feedback very seriously. To my knowledge, the department, at least in the time I've been there and the time Deputy Commissioner Albert has been there, has never adopted a rule over the objection of JLCAR. We take that part really seriously. If JLCAR ever came back and said we have an objection, that's a really big red flag for us that something has to change, because we don't want to be put in the position of getting sued with an objected to rule. So we're always happy to have legislator feedback on rules, and frankly, just anything. If you guys just want to come chat, we're happy to have you. We've actually had a few meetings with some of you over the last year talking about rules or proposed legislation. We are happy to chat. Even outside of the typical rulemaking process, you can always have these informal discussions. There doesn't have to be a grand, public comment to it. We're happy to chat with you guys about anything. The most important thing to us, to this question of, do the rules we write kind of encapsulate the intent provided by the legislature? The most important thing that helps us write rules that encapsulates that intent is making that intent really clear in the words of the statute. The more specific the words of the statute, the more specific our rules can be. So a lot of times when we're providing feedback on statutes, it may seem like we're getting a little esoteric and in the weeds, trying to clarify what certain things mean, or saying, hey, we don't really know what this means. That's why, because if we have to interpret this into a rule and into an enforcement action, vague words get really problematic very quickly for us. So we're not trying to be difficult. We're not trying to, say that you're bad at your job or anything. You guys are really good at your job. But help us, help you, help us, help the public. It makes a big difference for us. So we're happy to take questions if anyone has specific questions about the process.
Excellent. Thank you. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Garrigan. Are there any restrictions as far as the font you're able to use when you're writing these rules?
Times New Roman, size 12.
Thank you.
There's
I was
there are
just seeing what-
spacing and like font requirements that are in the GelCar manual that we have to follow. That's like the hardest part, honestly, is trying to get the formatting correct. But all of that is specifically laid out by by that GelCar manual. So the font, the size, all of that is the formatting requirements are set by OLS.
Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up on something that you said. In the earlier comments, a number of representatives asked about, well, how do I know if I'm granting rulemaking authority, if there's rulemaking authority associated with that? And you mentioned particularly some of the older statutes, it's broader based. And I know I've worked on just such bills where in the language I'm working on, it doesn't mention rules, but the rules might be granted elsewhere that the department has the authority to clarify what we've done. If you could just give a little more detail on that to help
Sure.
us understand how that impacts us and how that might work.
Yeah, no,
Thanks.
it's a really good question. It's nuanced. I'll give that lawyer cop out answer. And you know, there's general rulemaking powers for I can only speak to our department. You know, for the commissioner under our enabling statutes to kind of generally adopt rules to provide for the provisions of the statute. There's rulemaking authority within 281A, which is the workers' compensation statute for that clause. On the flip side is in 275, which is our kind of typical wage and hour statute. There's a lot of subsections that each have their own individual rulemaking authority, and some don't actually. And so if a bill passes and it doesn't contain rulemaking authority, and we may discuss this more in coming bills this session, there's nothing we can do. We get to twiddle our thumbs and look at it and say, yeah, there's not a lot we can do to clarify that unless we have that authority or unless the legislature amends that bill. In terms of like the specific wording of it, it's done a lot of different ways. They all kind of get to the same idea, which is, you know, the commissioner shall have authority to make rules to carry out the or to implement the provisions of either this paragraph, this section, this chapter, this it's never as broad as a title. That's a lot of statutes in one, but sometimes it's the commissioner may adopt a form to facilitate this or may adopt procedures to carry out the necessary. Sometimes those are kind of the nitty gritty or like application processes or filing processes. You know, and we have, when it comes to like hearings, our contested hearings, we have, every agency is required to have rules about that. So we have a set of non-expiring rules. Every agency, it's their 200 rules. We do, even though they don't expire, we do review those every so often and tweak them to see is there a better way to do this. Sometimes the more general rulemaking procedures will reference that, you know, hearings shall be held according to rules propounded by the commissioner or something. Different statutes write it all differently.
Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I'm confused, and maybe Representative McGuire didn't understand my question. But when you folks make a rule, and then you think it's the right rule, and then the public comes back and screams in our ear that this rule is ridiculous and it's caused this problem, that's assuming it's gone through all the processes and so forth. And we identify that that does create a problem. We introduce legislation to change that rule, correct? Or to delete the rule.
You can't directly change the rule. You can do it two ways. One, you can file a proposal for rulemaking with the department. Every agency has mandatory rules that we have to accept those, review them, and respond. Doesn't mean we have to do it, but we do have to get back to on it. The second way is if you amend the statute that underpins the rule to change the underlying premise, that all of a sudden the rule now becomes moot. That's another way to do it. So, so for instance, right, and I will make this up. If we had a rule governing the particularities of working on a Sunday, that no one can, you know,
Nobody can work on
wear
a
a red hat while working on a Sunday. I don't know, right, or a blue hat. If you wrote a statute that said there shall be no prohibition on anyone's attire during work on a Sunday, it would make that rule moot. We couldn't subvert the statute with the rule. The statutes are always supreme to the rules.
Correct.
They both have the force of law, but if there's ever a conflict between a statute and a rule, the statute always wins out.
Okay. I just wanted to make that clear. I was like, this is what I always, but I've been gone for a little while. I didn't know whether things had changed. So thank you very much.
Representative Solomon,
Thank you. Actually, I have a couple.
please.
First, you talked about the 10-year expiration and renewal of rules. Is that a rolling 10 years, or is it every 10 years on this date, all of our rules will go into review?
Yeah, it's an extremely good question. It's tied to the particular rules. So, even within a rule set, you may have very particular rules. Every rule, if you ever read the rule sets, you'll see every single rule has an expiration date on it. Typically speaking, most of the rules will all, just because these things get put in as chunks, will either expire on the same day, or go. They will likely expire on the same schedule. Sometimes, if rules have been updated in the middle of those 10 years, they may have a different expiration date. Now, the next time the department does rulemaking on the whole chunk, they may put the rules that are not yet up for expiration in again, just to make it, frankly, simpler for all of us. And now you're all on the same schedule.
So you can
it's
shorten
by
it up.
rule. Yeah.
You can shorten it up if you want to, but
You
you just
can.
can't make it longer.
Yep. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, you can. I mean, we could redo rules every single year. We don't have that time. We're not going to do that. But there's no prohibition on us doing that.
Follow.
We've had some discussions on the public sector safety standards.
Yes.
But there's 4 or 5 areas that you have been engaging in rulemaking, and I've been watching the weekly registers to see those come out, and I've not seen them. Can you give us the status of those?
So the 1400 rules, sorry, I'll try to use my big voice. The 1400 rules, when the rules post to the register, they're posting to the register at that initial proposal stage. So they went up on the register when we put the initial proposal in last year. I don't remember the exact date or the register number off the top of my head. It was in May of 25. Following the initial posting, when they posted to the register, that triggered a specific time frame under 541A for the department as the agency putting forward the proposed rule set to get their public hearing scheduled. We did hold that public hearing. The notice of public hearing was posted up on the register itself. We posted it in our waiting room, and we posted it on our website. Again, please forgive me. I don't recall the date of the public hearing because it was sometime last year. July in 25. Your dates are better than mine off the top of your head. We did not have any members of the public come to provide any public either comment or testimony, nor did we receive any written comments or testimony. The written, I believe we left the sort of public hearing space open 3 to 5 days or some period of time after the actual date of the public hearing for anybody who wished to submit written commentary about the proposed rule to us. We didn't receive anything. So those rules had also come back at that stage, but from the Office of Legislative Services with quite a bit of comment. This part's unclear. Where's your authority for this? Try clarifying this section. We went forward and made all of the changes that OLS had suggested, because we do take their commentary very seriously, and submitted the final proposal back to OLS to go to GELCAR for their final review, which occurred, again, I'm fuzzy on the date, but they were approved in September-ish or October-ish, somewhere in the fall of this past fall, and I believe. Yeah, they went to the consent calendar, so there were no concerns that GELCAR had expressed to us about the content of those rules. I believe we then, the next step in that process is they are adopted by the agency, and I believe we're waiting on certification so that they can be posted. All of the changes that get made from the final proposal stage, OLS is going in and taking a look at that and then sending it back to us to say we've formatted it to go up, I think, onto the GenCourt website. Do all of these changes match across the board, and you're going to certify back to us that it looks accurate. So they're almost, that process is almost complete. We're still in the window for certification, but that is where they are. So the final proposal made its way through. We had amended those 5 sections that we had previously discussed, and we are just waiting on the certification of those final rules so that they can formally be posted up to the GenCourt website.
Obviously, I missed all that. which is embarrassing. And I would ask for some guidance as to the best way to track those things if you're trying to keep track of them. Because my method was to read the register,
Yep.
and it is possible that some of the registers got past me.
Yep.
I mean, our legislative email is what it is.
Yeah.
But I'd can you give suggestions to how to better track these things so we keep track?
Absolutely. For the 1400s, if you do go back, if you're curious, and I'm happy to resend it out, my recollection was I believe we had shared the initial proposal after it published with the committee, and I think the final proposal was also shared sometime back in the fall, so I can resend that back out.
Shared via email?
I believe, yes. I think I sent it off to Mr. Davis in October to disseminate to the committee. But I'll go back and I'll double check, and if not, I'm happy to reshare it or resend it.
I didn't see it, did you?
No.
I don't think we saw it.
No?
So.
Okay, I may be misremembering, so forgive me. I will go back and check, but I am happy to share it. But as far as tracking, it's a lot like legislative tracking. Much like as an agency, we legislatively track. We're watching the Gen Court website. We're checking LSRs. We're then monitoring to see have there been public hearing dates posted. I do the same. My practice is to do the same for the register. So the register goes, new items go up on the register every Thursday. You can locate it on the Gen Court website under the rulemaking tab, and it will list two things. It will list the notice of proposed rulemaking that the agency has filed, which has their initial proposal underneath it, and then their public hearing paperwork that tells you when their public hearing is going to be held. So we have a process within the department, and I think it's one that if you're interested in rules tracking, it's not a bad one to adopt, where every Thursday you're checking to see has an agency that I'm interested in put forward, rules that I might be interested in taking a look at. So as an example, the Division of Personnel, which falls under the Department of Administrative Services, some time ago put up their initial proposal, had posted to the register their initial proposals for their personnel rules. As a state agency, I'm overarchingly interested in that because the department needs to follow those rules as it relates to the employees that we employ. So when I saw that it went up on the register, I knew, okay, that's something we want to look at. If we have comments, we're going to want to share those with DAS or with the Division of Personnel. So it's checking that register. And then I think exactly as Representative McGuire had explained, if you have an interest in involvement, come to the public hearings. That's certainly always an option, but you can reach out to us and talk individually or write to us, provide us the commentary, provide us concerns, because we do take that stuff very seriously, and oftentimes feedback helps us craft a rule that does meet needs, and we try to factor in as much of that as possible or feasible within the scope of the authority that we've been granted. One of the things that we definitely check, when we sit down with our rules committees, our internal rule committees, which are typically comprised of myself, at least one of the attorneys within the department, our rules administrator, the division director who's overseeing the statutory area that we're making rules for, and maybe one or two other folks from that division. One of the very first things we're checking is, do we have authority to make rules? Is that authority very broad, or is it limited to simply you have to make a form to file this or a process to submit a certain type of thing? Because again, we don't want to craft a rule that's exceeding our authority. That's an invalid rule. That's a bad rule, and that's not a good thing. So definitely engage with us, and we're happy to provide updates about the process as we go. I don't believe that OLS or GELCAR post anything post that initial proposal that's posting to the register, other than their agendas for when they meet. And on the agendas, you can see what rules are going up before GELCAR. So checking their meeting agendas as well is a good idea. But it's a long process. It doesn't move particularly. It's not going to be resolved within like a month. It takes more than a month. So sometimes I think minding some of those points can be a bit of a challenge, but we're happy to always provide feedback or a status of where the department is within their rules.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, Representative Amalani, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you all again. The 200 rules, you say that that not expire and you guys don't look at them. Should those be in law? Should we be looking to transfer those out of that rulemaking into something that is
It's a really good
tangible?
question. Many of the provisions of our 200 rules when it pertains to hearing processes are in law. They're in RSA 541A. There's a lot of standardization across the state as to what a hearing notice has to contain, who it has to go to, timelines for the department to react to certain filings. So a lot of that is codified in law. In addition, for instance, in the workers' compensation realm, there are specific hearing provisions that are also codified in law in RSA 281A 43. There's also some, that was pretty good. Also in RSA 275-51, when it comes to wage and hour hearings, there are some particular provisions in law there. So a lot of it already is in law.
Good follow-up?
Please.
Any other areas that you think we should be pulling out of rules and putting into law to streamline your rules? The giant.
We
Pack of
appreciate
rules.
your concern. There probably are. I think that's probably a conversation that would take a while. There are certainly provisions of some of our rules that I think we are limited in how the statutes are written. So I think perhaps the more nuanced conversation is how can we, I think, some of the statutes be amended, not in an overarching like policy sense, but to clarify a couple quirks, as I will say, that then limit our ability in our rules to provide clarifying feedback of the statutes themselves are a bit conflicting. That there are some areas in that some are very esoteric and some are bigger.
Follow-up?
Please.
How would you like to see that done?
Some of that will have to be done legislatively.
Mhm.
I think we have thoughts, and we would love to chat with some legislators about our thoughts on some of that stuff. Some of it's really esoteric. It comes to, we'd love to clarify statutorily our workplace safety authority over boilers in public buildings that are liable to explode if they aren't inspected regularly. Also clarify certain provisions, say, of like our elevator inspection laws, that because they're written the way they are in the statute, we can't clarify them in the rules. Our hands are tied, for lack of a better phrase. We're happy to engage with you if you'd like on that conversation. I think our commissioner's got a running list of little bits and areas of really cleanup and clarification.
I think we did a follow-up.
Yeah.
Did we do that a couple terms ago?
We did.
Uh,
And if
That's not a bad idea.
if you want me to say more, if I have
Please.
permission. So yes, it was a number of years ago. We put in a bill to study the labor statutes. That was a legislative committee that met with some of the people at the table here. The result of that, most of our feedback actually came from the department, helping us identify places where the statute seemed out of date. I can remember some specific examples where the statute was just not written in modern language, might be the best way to put it, and the rule-making authority was there, so that the department had gone and tried to put it into plain English what the statute seemed to be saying. And the feedback resulted in us changing the statute to match the rules better, because we all acknowledged that the way the rules said it was more correct. So yes, that was the process that we used. When we took that on, it's an awfully big job to say, let's look at everything and see if there are any problems. That might be too big, but I certainly can see further value in speaking with the department and maybe trying to narrowly set up a subcommittee or a legislative committee that reviews some specific things, particularly if it's driven by the experience that you have directly dealing with individuals and with the law.
We would welcome that very much.
All right. Well, we'll take that under consideration and get back shortly. Seeing no further questions, I just want to thank you all for coming in and sharing with us your process. again, my intent on this was to help the members understand exactly what happens after things go through us, the level of detail and scrutiny that you guys put into it, and then how best to interact so that we get the intent of the law out on the street. And I think that's what we all want to do. So, and then this discussion about how do you verify what's in there is actually making sense. I think that's a good point. We'll think about it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
This concludes the session on rulemaking, and thank you all for your participation. Okay, all right, we'll take 5.
You probably need 5 anyways.
Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll take 5 minutes. Representative Schultz is presenting the next bill. She'll be here in about 5 minutes. So let's reconvene at 11:05, and we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you very much. go ahead and get started. First things first, Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll?
Chairman Creighton,
Here.
Vice Chair Avalani,
Present.
Representative Seaworth,
Here.
Representative Flanagan. He was here. Representative Prout.
No.
Representative Warden.
Here.
Representative Drago.
Here.
Representative Granger. Representative Hall.
Here.
Representative Labrie, Clerk, here. Representative Murphy.
Here.
Representative Sullivan.
Here.
Representative Cahill. Here. Representative DeSilvestro. Representative Susi. Here. Representative McKenzie.
Here.
Representative Schultz.
Here.
Representative Leclerc.
Here.
Representative Staub.
Here.
Representative Butler.
Okay. All right, and we're opening the session on House Bill 1123, requiring certain companies to post expected salary ranges on public job listings. And to introduce that bill, we have our very own Representative Schultz. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Happy New Year, everybody. Good to see you. While this is not my bill, I did offer to present it for Representative Wade because she's a literal rocket scientist with a real day job, unlike me. So I have more flexibility. So I was honored to be asked to present this on her behalf. She is available for any questions that I can't answer. She's probably watching right now. So here's what she wanted me to present. As a quick overview, this bill requires any company with more than 50 employees in New Hampshire to list a good faith estimate of a salary range and benefits whenever they create a job listing. The 50 employee threshold avoids burdening small businesses. This was modeled from Minnesota's pay transparency law, and 16 other states have already done this without any problems. The job market has changed significantly for both applicants and companies in recent years. I will say I know some members of our caucus were unaware that this was a practice now that is popular, not to list salary ranges. Or I will also add, I know sometimes the salary ranges are really, really broad, but that's not what this bill addresses. It addresses the first aspect of just listing it in general. So as an example, online applications mean any job opening gets flooded. And then Alice has her own example. The company that she works at is a small aerospace manufacturing company in Dover. We're about 12 people, and we had an opening for a new hire this past summer. Within a few days of posting the application online, we had over 100 applicants. Meanwhile, job seekers now face multiple interview rounds, sometimes traveling out of state, only to learn the salary is at the very end or bottom of the barrel. Right now, there's nothing requiring upfront disclosure for pay or benefits. You might spend weeks interviewing somewhere, and they only tell you the salary during the offer negotiation. Or worse, sometimes companies might make you pick a salary number with no idea if that's too high or too low. Nobody should go through all of that only to find out the position requiring a master's degree doesn't pay enough to cover your rent. I remember applying to Subway in high school and sitting through 2 interviews just to learn it paid the minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. This bill simply requires a good faith salary range that the employer is actually willing to negotiate with. They shouldn't post $80,000 to $90,000 if they only plan to offer $60,000. This gives employers flexibility, and if an exceptional candidate comes along, they can offer higher than their range. For positions with fixed wages like fast food, they should list the fixed rate, and they should include a general description of benefits and other compensation like tips, which most companies already do anyway. The goal is transparency. This helps applicants know if the job is worth their time, and it saves employers from sorting through applications who'd reject the actual salary anyway. It's efficient, fair, and costs businesses nothing but a few moments of honesty. And I urge you to vote OTP on HB 1123.
on this bipartisan bill to make job searching better for New Hampshire citizens. And she's happy to work with us on any concerns that you would like to address. And she appreciates our time in this manner, as do I.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any questions? Representative Hall.
This seems to clearly carve out for only employers that have a physical presence. What about companies that are employing hybrid or remote employees?
I would assume, although I can ask Alice, Representative Wade, to double check on this, but I would assume that a state law only applies to employers based in New Hampshire, but I will double check.
For a follow-up.
So that could be an employer based in New Hampshire, but who doesn't require employees to work at a physical location.
It's my husband also works remotely, but his entire office is based in New Hampshire, even though they physically don't have an office. And it's a very large corporation, the Siemens Corporation. You probably have heard of them. I would assume a company like that is recruiting for a team that works from home based in New Hampshire, it would apply to that sort of job. But I can't imagine that every employer who posts a national job looking widely through the whole country for remote workers would be in need of complying with this, but I will double check. This is really to apply to work based in New Hampshire with companies based in New Hampshire. I realize that might be vague, so let me check in with Alice and see what she's thinking, but I don't think that there's any desire to make this burdensome at all. This is just a basic request for the, large employers to list a salary. I mean, it really shouldn't be that hard. If you took the time to write a lengthy job description, adding a salary range really isn't that big of a lift.
Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking questions.
Thank you.
I notice it's for, and we talked about it, companies over 50, but say you are a satellite office and you have a sizable, but not 50, or better yet, even a franchise. I mean, it's not in the language, so it might need to be cleaned up as it relates to, the description. I think Representative Hall made a good point is, you got workers that are here, but they're not, physically located, that type of thing. So the language needs to be trimmed up on it, I think.
Okay, well, Representative Flanagan, I will always take your questions, and I would love to work with you and Representative Wade and anyone on the committee who would like to strengthen the language of this bill to cover your concerns.
Any other questions? Representative Sullivan.
I would just suggest that the department might be able to shed some light on that question.
Oh, excellent.
Okay, and then I've got their pink sheet here, so we'll follow up. Okay, Representative Schultz, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone. I
And you
appreciate
can
your time.
Join your seat, but you cannot participate in the discussion. Thank you. And if I could have Mr. Grays.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Nate Grays for the BIA, the Statewide Chamber of Commerce. We oppose this legislation. We have a couple of reasons why we oppose it. First, if you're publishing a salary range, what you're going to end up doing is engage in some sort of negotiation with anyone who's looking to take that job. And so that happens in basically every scenario where the applicant wants one amount and the business has some sort of range they're willing to work within. And if you require a publication of the range, the applicant's always going to ask for the top of the range. And there is kind of an imbalance there in that negotiation process where instead of having the business and the applicant in the same position of knowing what they know about the market, the applicant is able to look at that range and they have a unfair advantage in that negotiation. And one of the things that we see happen in other states that have these requirements that that salary ranges are published is that typically higher wage jobs see a flood of applicants who are not qualified for those jobs. Simply, people are applying for the jobs. And what happens for the business is you have to go through the process of weeding out everybody who's unqualified. It takes much more time than you would otherwise. And there's certainly no prohibition on businesses publishing salary ranges. They can certainly do so if they would like to. We see that not infrequently in this state for various roles. But it's the case that you have that it will create this artificial an additional administrative burden on the businesses trying to hire if this requirement goes into place, rather than allowing it up to the business to decide what the best options are for them to advertise to fill that position. Happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Any questions? President Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Graves. I'm not sure if it's really a different balance that isn't it not the employee who benefits also? The employee and employer both benefit from the knowing of what the range is, what's possible, so that I don't have people applying and then saying, well, this is unacceptable, and I could never take a job at this range, and you've wasted their time and yours.
Well, I'll tell you, Representative Cahill, from personal experience, one of the first questions I ask when people suggest there are job openings that I might be qualified for is, how much are you willing to pay for that? And if it's below an amount that I think is appropriate for my services, I'm not going to apply for it. I would imagine that others could do the same.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Leclerc.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Isn't part of the process of kind of, I don't want to, like, weeding out applicants, like you said, realizing whether or not they're worth that salary, and, through negotiations, you say, okay, you know what, you could probably get to this salary, which is the higher end, but we're going to start you here because you need training, you need to, make yourself better at the position, etc. Wouldn't all that kind of help you guys, or any employer that's looking to hire?
So there aren't many employers in the private sector outside of those operating within the confines of a collective bargaining agreement that necessarily have a stepped process. For instance, the public sector, where employees are represented by collective bargaining agreements, that bargaining agreement often says, there's step 1, step 2, step 3, and then you're hiring into, a process. So I'll just use the police as an example, an officer with 5 years of experience moving over to a different department. They have some idea of where they're going to fit within however many steps there are. There might be 10 steps, they might be step 3 through 5, and that's really the negotiation. In the private sector, there's a lot more negotiation without that collective bargaining side of things. There's a lot more negotiation. And so there's not often a specific goal. So, it may be the case that the current range is, a $10,000 or $20,000 range, and somebody with 5 years experience is going to fit somewhere in there. But, as that person gains experience, as economic conditions change, the salary range for that position is going to change with inflation, with market factors and other impacts. So it would create an artificial expectation on the part of the employee that, I'm starting at the middle and I'm going to go up to the top end, or I'm going towards the top end. Maybe I should go out and find another job, because at the time, the business is going to be affected by various impacts that may or may not translate into additional salary and a change in that range.
For a follow-up, sir.
Excuse me. Yes, thanks. So isn't that, looking towards the higher end range of any applicant or job, isn't that like incentive to say, okay, this company seems really good, they're being good to me, my incentive is to go from here to here? Wouldn't that help incentivize a potential employee?
Well, what I would suggest is that in our capitalistic system, you know, if I know that I'm getting to the higher end of my potential salary range for my employer, I might look around for different employment because there might be other jobs I'm qualified for that would potentially give me the option of additional salary. So it doesn't really work to the benefit of the employer for me to know that.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Is there any risk in terms of your existing employees by publishing this range? If, you know, maybe you've had to do an increase because you're having trouble, you know, filling a specific set of skills requirements?
Yeah, and I would thank you for the question. What I would say is, you know, it's definitely the case that companies do look at their existing employees and make adjustments of salaries, you know, on an annual basis. Typically, depends on the company, but typically on an annual basis. And I imagine they factor in what their budget is for hiring new employees as well.
And Representative Staub.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. It seems to me like that both you, the BIA, and Representative Wade are concerned that too many people who would not be interested in a job are applying for a job, and that leads to having a bunch of applications that are from people who are just inappropriate for the job. In today's labor market, you said that if someone tells you about a job, you find out how much they're willing to pay. But in many cases, people are applying online and there is no interaction between the person seeking the job and the person in personnel or HR who would have that information. So how would the average person applying for a position in a large corporation get that information if it's not posted online? Just a regular, ordinary, not top of the pay scale, but just someone starting out looking for a first job.
Thank you for the question. So first, I just want to say I think that management and labor would agree that we would all like just qualified people to apply for jobs. That would make everyone's life a lot easier, whether you're trying to get the job or whether you're trying to hire for it. Secondly, I would say, you know, every company, whether they have an official human resources department or not, you know, small companies frequently don't. It's just a few employees and the owner, but larger companies certainly do. There's always someone there who is the person who put together that job solicitation and who can answer questions. So, you know, hopefully people are applying for jobs that exist with companies, and you can always call and follow up the HR department and say, hey, I have some questions about the position, and hopefully get some of those questions answered, including you could ask that question of, you know, what's the salary range?
Okay, and Representative Flanagan, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for coming to testify. We've been talking about people that aren't qualified or they're trying to get that maximum scale, but I'm thinking about the other side, other argument, and that is, say you have an MBA, say you got a couple decades of experience, but you see a job that sounds interesting and you're certainly qualified for it, but you go through the process and they call you up and they're all excited to talk to you or whatever like that is. So you get into the meeting and you do, and usually the money doesn't come up first, it comes up later. And then you find out the money is $40,000 less than you thought, or definitely was available. So, I mean, everybody wins if you know ahead of time, because I wouldn't, if it was me, I wouldn't apply for the job if I knew it was paying a lot less money than I'm qualified for. And then you, as an employer, wouldn't have a stack of resumes. I mean, you'd have a stack of resumes of highly qualified people too, but the reality is we're wasting each other's time. And I think the bill, which has some shortcomings, has some positive aspects to it too. I'm just interested to see how the execs goes on it, but I can't fully say no to it because I see positive things for both sides. Businesses won't be wasting their times when they have 100 resumes to deal with. So I'm just making a statement.
Representative Flanders, is that a question?
Would you believe?
What I would
I'm done.
what I would point out, Representative Flanagan, if I may, is that uh, you know, this is just like any other negotiation where each party has to decide what their priorities are and decide kind of what they're willing to do and talk about. There are some cases where, the parties are willing and able to take a longer period of time to address what to each of them they consider critical issues. And there are times when there are not. And that depends on the personalities, that depends on the people involved. And one of the things to keep in mind, whether you are the job seeker or the employer, is you're looking for the right fit. And if it's the case that, to you, the willingness to answer that salary question or that willingness to only apply for jobs that are advertised without a government requirement, the salary range, then that's something that you as an employee, as a person seeking employment might value, and those might be certain aspects of that company culture that you value rather than an alternative. So I think that without any sort of government mandate here, what you're doing is you're enabling the parties to actually gain some additional information about how each of them relate to one another and how they might fit together should they decide to engage in that employment.
For a follow-up,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
for a question.
It's a question.
Thank you.
So employees, in the form of a question, employers will put in their ad that they have 401k, they have, vacation time, they have all of this other information to entice you to apply for the job. Don't you think it would be germane to say how much it pays too? And that's it. That's all I had to say in a question form.
I think that figuring out what the appropriate things are to put in your solicitation when you're hiring a new position is a challenge. I'm certainly not an HR professional. I imagine that the different information that you provide will result in a different candidate pool.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I ask 3 questions all at once so I don't have to do follow-ups?
Go.
No?
Go.
Okay. So the 3 questions I have, if you can remember them. 1, is it currently legal for employers to list their salaries in the public, especially when they're doing job postings? 2,
Yes.
is it currently legal for applicants to be upfront with their salary requirements? And 3, might this be considered coerced speech or forced speech, which would be a First Amendment violation?
To the first 2, I would certainly answer yes. Totally optional. For the third one, I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that question.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions,
Thank you.
Mr. Grace, thank you for your testimony. I'd like to invite back Mr. Kerrigan from DOL, and with his entourage, if possible, or if necessary, whoever you need to bring. Thanks.
Good morning again. John Garrigan. I am General Counsel with the Department of Labor. With me is our Legislative and Legal Liaison, Cassie Abbott. The department has reviewed this bill. We take no position on the bill as usual. We believe we can enforce it as written. I will make just a couple notes about, I think, anticipated enforcement. Our typical enforcement process is complaint driven. We're not usually just driving around looking for labor law violations. And I think that would likely be the case here if this bill were passed. We're not going to, I don't think, scour Indeed.com or job posting websites to look for violations. I think it would be a complaint driven process. If somebody pointed something out to us, we would then follow up. I will note that the state of New Hampshire, as an employer for the state agencies, does this. We already post a lot of this information on our public job postings when we're hiring people. We have to post a lot of this information. That said, our salaries or our pay is stuck to mostly for most people, stuck to a scale. So there's certain steps on that scale, and the postings contain the steps 1 through 6. Though those can be tweaked. So it seems to work pretty well for us. As an employee, I have certainly I have been hired, and I have also hired people in the state system. Certainly, the money question is always can be a sensitive one at the end, because the state, while we get fantastic benefits, typically pays less than the private sector. So it's good. We have a lot of value in having that information up front, given what we do and how we get paid to do it. Just your information, if there ever was a violation of the statute, the way it's currently written and fits within our existing laws, we'd have to issue a warning first under RSA 273.11a, and then any subsequent violation would be punishable by up to a $2,500 fine. To get to Representative Hall's question from the beginning about how do we gauge workers, the way we read this particular statute is just there has to be 50 or more workers here in New Hampshire. Doesn't matter if they're at a brick and mortar building or in their homes, because it's going to be at more than one site. The question is, how many workers do you have here in New Hampshire is the question. It doesn't matter how many workers are on the outside. So that's what we would be looking at. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know,
For a
Representative
question.
Granger- What's that?
For a question.
Okay, here's a question. Why are you leaning on me this morning? The Representative Granger brought up a good point, but in a different way, I'm thinking, is that do we really, as a practice, tell employers what to put in ads?
Labor law doesn't speak to ads. There's no current law about job postings. I will say there are laws about what employers have to stick on their walls in terms of mandatory posters,
Correct, yeah.
and there's consumer protection laws about mandatory disclosures about certain things. As to the question about the constitutionality, I won't touch that. That's a question for the Attorney General's office. But there are instances in labor law where there are mandatory communications that have to be put out there.
Thank you.
Good question. Thanks. Representative Hall.
Thanks for taking our questions. Is there any record that you're aware of New Hampshire residents seeing this as a problem such that they've approached the department to file complaints?
To my knowledge, this is not an area the department's received complaints about. I've never heard of one.
Representative Granger for a question.
One question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I understand you correctly, it's a $2,500 fine after a warning for violations if this were to become law. Considering we're talking about salaries, and salaries can go, hundreds of thousands of dollars, might it be worth it for them to take the hit when they're doing this if they think that in the negotiations they can save like a couple $1,000 a year?
I can't answer what would motivate illegal conduct by a bad doer.
Good answer.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Representative McKenzie, sir.
There is a law in the books, correct, right now that makes it clear that employers have to, at the time of hire, provide the information about the salary rate and payment and all of those kinds of things. So
Yes.
it's very clear in the law currently on the 275.
Yes, 275.49. That's at the time of hire. You have to be provided with the open information about this is what you're going to get paid. This is what your schedule is going to be. Here's what the benefits look like. The law doesn't cover the pre-hire time frame.
Yeah, Representative Flanagan, sir.
Thank you. One last question. You didn't have a problem with the bill, but there's no penalty.
So, yeah, the penalty provision, it would the way we read it, it would fall under the department's general penalization provisions in RSA 273. So it would require us we have to mandatorily provide a written warning for certain violations, and then any subsequent violation would be up to a $2,500 penalty.
Just a quick. So every ad in the papers or whatever on the internet that maybe a company more than 50 employees, how many people you'd have to hire to do that? How many people would you have to hire to do that? Don't worry about it. I'm just saying that
Unclear.
That's onerous.
I think as an anticipated enforcement scheme, we would not proactively be sitting at computers scouring job postings. I think we would respond to this the way we
Complaints.
respond to any other wage and hour complaint. We
Thank you.
assign an investigator and follow up.
Yeah.
Representative Aldani, and then Representative Sullivan. He defers to you.
As he should. Um, with regard to the complaints, wouldn't it be unusual for someone to file a complaint over a rule that doesn't exist? I mean, there's nothing in the law right now saying you have to post these salary ranges. So why would anybody complain that somebody didn't post a salary range?
People file stuff with us all the time about all sorts of things, whether speculative or otherwise. We haven't seen any complaints about this, though it is not currently a law, and our scope of investigations in current labor law doesn't cover this pre-hiring negotiation phase.
Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the questions today. So this bill, as I read it, would allow pre-employment employees to file complaints under 273 or 275, given that those only apply to employees.
Yeah, I mean, I think anyone could file a complaint if they saw a non-compliant posting. I don't think there's any limitation on who could alert us to a violation, but it would, yes.
Follow.
For follow-up.
In order for 273 to take place, that would have to be an employee making the complaint.
It doesn't have to be an employee. It typically is, or are employees, given their proximity to the issue. But anyone can alert us to potential labor law violations.
Thank you.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again, Mr. Kerrigan. You alluded to the fact that as a state employee, you've made certain choices, that there were certain things were of a higher priority to you. And as $100 a year volunteers here in the legislature, we've made similar choices. Do you think it's reasonable that people like you and I know what we're getting when we go up front before we decide to pursue this career or elected position?
I won't. That's a policy question. I'm not going to give my opinion about the policy, whether this is a good idea or a bad idea. I'll just stick to the enforcement of it.
Thank you.
Representative Silvestro.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. I go back a long way in terms of work, and it seems that many years ago that the posting was always there to what the salary. I'm just curious if you know when that sort of changed with all this conversation now, people not knowing what the salary is. Was there sort of just the way the world goes changed? They don't want to post it now?
I don't have a particular view on when things changed or not.
Okay. Sir,
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Is there any other testimony on HB 1123? Seeing none, this closed the hearing on HB 1123. So it's 11:40 right now. The next bill is scheduled at 1:15. And for the rest of the year, what we're doing is there's not a huge amount of chow available here. And so this allows you time to get off. If you give me feedback at the end, if we want to cut it to an hour and increase it to 2 hours, I'm open to feedback. We just threw an hour and a half out as a potential time. Representative Sullivan.
At a meeting earlier today, we were informed that on the fourth floor, there is a vending machine with ready-made sandwiches. That's in the cafeteria, but that's all that's there now. But we are also told that by the end of the month, they hope to have a fully functioning cafeteria similar to what's at the State House. So it's not a permanent desert. It's going to get better.
Right, and I think it's the same company. It's the same company. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a Concord native, I'd be happy to recommend some of our establishments. Of course, you can always use your mapping app, assuming you use one that says restaurants near me. I'm a fan of the restaurants on Fort Eddy Road. There's a Panera, there's a Nuno's, there's some local establishments near there. But if you have any questions as a Concord rep, I'd be happy to help you.
Beautiful, thank you.
yeah. Yep.
Okay, so this, we're adjourned until 1:15. Please be on time. Thanks. All right, I call this hearing to order. This is a hearing in the New Hampshire Labor Committee on House Bill 1177, adding a definition to the labor laws requiring remote work and defining the nature of such employment. Representative McKenzie, would you like to introduce this
I
bill?
would, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mark McKenzie. For the record, I am the representative from the Float District, Hillsborough 40 in Manchester. And I'm here today to introduce House Bill 1177, which would put into the labor law the definition of what a remote worker is, and also to define some of the provisions under that section of the law, which would provide some clarity to remote workers and also designate the various aspects of it and how they would be compensated. So the first section of the bill essentially defines what remote employment is. And it's not currently, as I know or I understand, currently a definition about remote work. There is telecommuting, I think they call it, in the law. The important part is the second part of that, the second piece of it, which is a remote worker shall receive the same protections and rights as an in-person worker. And I think that's really the key part of this legislation. There are 130,000 people working either completely remote or in some kind of hybrid situation. That represents about 16% of the labor force within the state of New Hampshire. The labor force is scattered throughout all aspects of the economy and service all aspects, from the state to private sector, et cetera. And there is really no, when you look at the challenges trying to enforce the current labor laws as it relates to remote workers, it's a difficult situation because there is no workplace. There is no one place where you can say, well, did you take your breaks? Are you working in a safe environment, and those kinds of things? And what this legislation tries to do is to say that whether you're a brick and mortar or you're working at the table in a legislature somewhere, that those are workplaces and that you have to be covered. Now, let me say this. In some discussion, I'm having this discussion even with family members. I'm like the skunk at the lawn party. People are very happy in many ways with what's going on, but it would be not tolerated for the most part in many brick and mortar places. The way that the way that remote work is currently operate. For instance, in most brick and mortar locations, you would have ergonomics, you would have breaks, you would have safe environments, you would have all of those, you would have the computer, you would have the support, you would have all the things that come with an office that's stable. In a remote operation, you have less of that, and it's an uncertain kind of place. Now, I don't think employers should shed the responsibility that's currently in the laws. And what my concern is with 130,000 people, 120,000 people, 16% of the workforce, is that the employer, to enforce the laws that are currently on the books for every other employee, becomes an enormous challenge. And I don't want employers to shed that responsibility to have safe workplaces and to follow all the things that are currently in the law for every other worker in the state. So I can read through it if you like, but it essentially that's the theme of this particular piece of legislation, to mirror what goes on and to make sure that the remote worker is given that. I'll say this, and I have worked in environments long enough to know that there were some things that were okay 25 years ago. For instance, in the fire service, it was okay 25 or 30 or 35 years ago not to wear breathing apparatus. It was okay for the kids to run around the mills, for instance, when they were 10 years old, running between the machines. It was okay until it wasn't okay. And I think we've hit the point where remote work needs the attention of this committee. The charge of this committee is to balance the needs of the employee and the employers. And I think this would give us the opportunity at least to look at this and to say, we need to pay some attention to this as to how this rolls out. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll end my remarks and open it for any questions, sir.
All right, I appreciate your introduction. Are there any questions for Representative McKenzie? Representative Hall.
Thank you for taking questions. Just looking, I've got a couple of questions, but I'll keep it short, so I'll just take one. How are you envisioning that the employer would take responsibility for and enforce a safe workplace for somebody who's working from their own home?
Well, for instance, you could self-reference. For instance, the state of New Hampshire has a form that they use, which essentially requires the employee, and I have the form if anybody wanted to see it, requires the employee to do a self-check. And in that is contained, where you're working, is it a safe environment? Are there cords on the ground? Are there hazards that might exist within the workplace? And so there's that approach. The other approach is that you could actually set a very clear policy about where you can work as a remote worker. There was an example that came up at one point, can you work on a rickety back porch? And what would happen if you were to fall off the rickety back porch while you got the computer in your hand? Would it be a workers' compensation case? So there is that line, and I don't think a lot of remote workers understand what their rights are as remote workers at this point. I think that's the only way to enforce it is, first of all, develop the mentality or the routine of making sure your workers are safe. And you can do that institutionally by requiring people to pay attention to things like that, and we're going to hear other people come in. It's a very different world than it used to be. And there's nothing on the books that really addresses this.
McKenzie, just to take that to the next level. So I'm working on my back porch. I'm like my daughter who hasn't had a job in a brick and mortar in 6 years. I'm working on my back porch. The porch breaks. Are you saying that the company is responsible now for the liability because my porch broke in my house?
I can't make that determination, but I can say this, is that if that happened in a brick and mortar location and you're working on the back porch of the building and the building comes down and the porch comes down, that'd be a compensable injury in my opinion.
Fair enough.
Right? So why is it different when you have the computer in your hand, you're online working and doing things? Why is that any different? And so those are the gray areas. Let me say one final thing is that when I asked Administrative Services how many workers' comp cases they had during COVID, of the thousands of workers who were out, they had one workers' comp case.
Mm-hmm.
So people either are not filing, they don't understand their rights, or this is such a gray area that people are just not in tune with that. So if they fell from their desk, would that be a compensable injury? If they did it in work, if they did it in brick and mortar, probably would be. If they do it at home, that's why we have people from the Labor Department to figure those things out.
All right.
Yeah.
Representative Flanagan, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So forget about the porch. My 2-year-old leaves her toys behind my chair. I roll over and back out of my chair and I trip on the I don't know, whatever the 2-year-olds are playing with nowadays, although who knows, they're probably smartphones. But is it my boss's responsibility, my employer's responsibility for those toys that are left on the floor?
I think it's your responsibility, but I think the employer has to define what a safe workplace is. And if you have stuff all over the place and it's not safe, just like you would in a brick and mortar facility, you wouldn't have toys all over the place falling down, probably. So there's the rub. There's where the rubber meets the road. Is what is a safe workplace? And who defines
fair enough. Any other questions? Representative Staub, ma'am.
Thank you for taking my question. In general, when we're talking about remote workers these days, we're talking about people who are working from home on their computers. Are there other kinds of jobs that people could have working from their home for a larger company? Say they're packing materials and then mailing them. There could be situations there where they might be lifting something that's heavy and they might injure themselves in that way. So have we defined the scope of what remote work looks like in terms of what kinds of jobs are being done in the home that used to be done in a facility?
Well, I think that this may, if we tweak it, that's one thing. But I think conceptually, the idea is if you're working for an employer and you're working at your home, that then becomes your workplace. And, years ago, and the laws caught up to this, as I think they need to with remote work. Years ago, people were making dresses in their garage. They were doing all these making all these products, and the Department of Labor said, no, you can't do that. You have to get to the point where labor laws cover that. And I don't think we have the infrastructure right now to cover these situations that we talk about. And I think it's institutional, it's education, but it's also recognition that you can't, somebody's working remote, you still have a responsibility to them as their employee.
For a follow-up?
Yeah. Have any other states tried to approach this issue and written legislation in response to it?
Well, this is not a whole lot different than the California law, which is on. Now, there are other states that have done it. I just happened to look at this one, and I thought it was a good starting point.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you sent that to us, or can you send that to us? A link to that California law?
To the California law?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Representative Murphy.
I just want to clarify. So this law says that, again, we're looking at the employee who is remote in our New Hampshire state. The employer could be in California, or they could be in any of the other 49 states. Okay. And how would we enforce this? Again, it's somebody's home. I'm not sure I understand how we'd actually implement this.
Well, I think that there is an education that's going to have to take place about how we handle remote workers. If you look at what we have done in some other aspects of not so much workers, but for instance, when I was growing up, you could hang out the window without a seatbelt on. Now today, people wouldn't do that because they've learned over a period of time. And I think this is going to be a curve that's going to have to be tended to, that people are going to have to develop a mindset. And I think it can be effective, but it's going to take a few years to make it happen. But we can't pretend it's not out there, because it's thousands of workers who are doing this right now. So.
Okay. Good. Seeing no further questions, thank you, sir, for your testimony, and thank you for introducing the bill. I'd like to call Allison Melito, please. If you could turn your microphone on, please. Thank you.
How'd I do? Good. Excellent. Thank you, members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. For the record, my name is Allison Miliotto. I am the co-founder and owner of Blue Lion, a local and regional HR consulting company servicing small businesses in New Hampshire and Northern New England. I am here to speak in opposition of this proposed remote work legislation, which would affect RSA 275-37C. I want to be clear on the onset. I fully support fair treatment and strong protections for employees, including those who work remotely. My concern with this bill is not that its intent, but that it is largely unnecessary and in some areas goes well beyond existing laws in ways that could create undue hardship. First, remote workers in New Hampshire are already protected under current state and federal law. Wage and hour protections, overtime, meal breaks, anti-discrimination, workers' compensation, they all apply regardless of where an employee performs their work. There is no legal gap that excludes remote workers from these protections today. Several provisions in this bill simply restate obligations employers already have. Employers are already required to comply with labor laws, pay overtime, provide required breaks, and maintain safe employment practices. Repeating these requirements specifically for remote workers does not enhance protection, it creates redundancy and confusion. Where the bill becomes more concerning is where it introduces new mandates, particularly around expense reimbursement for home and workplace conditions. While New Hampshire law already requires reimbursement for necessary job-related expenses incurred at an employer's request, this bill goes much further by suggesting mandatory reimbursement for internet services, home office equipment, furniture, and ongoing household costs. That represents a significant expansion of employer liability, particularly for small businesses. Additionally, the bill places responsibility on the employers to evaluate safety, ergonomics, and hazard of an employee's private residence. This raises serious practical and legal questions about privacy, enforcement, and liability for conditions outside the employer's ownership and control. Remote work has been a valuable flexibility for both the employers and employees. Imposing broad, undefined obligations risks discouraging those arrangements without meaningful improvement of the workers' protections that already exist under current law. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to oppose this bill as written or significantly narrow it to avoid redundancy and unintended consequences. Thank you for your consideration and time, and I'm open to any questions.
Representative Hall.
Thank you for your testimony. In your professional opinion, what effect would this bill likely have on the amount of remote work, amount of remote jobs that are available? In other words, would employers see this as so onerous that they would scale back that opportunity?
I think as it's written right now, it's hard to tell because a lot of it's not defined. So I'll use internet as an example. Currently, I have 23 remote employees. I pay internet at my house. I don't pay 23 internets for 23 homes. If my monthly cost were now $2,300 for internet, it would be something we'd have to consider. Now, is a brick and mortar cheaper than that? No, but I can't say as it's written if it would actually impact. 90% of what's written in this legislation already exists, so it actually doesn't have a bearing. The safety, they're already entitled to workers' comp. We're already supposed to be making sure that they understand their rights when they're hired. They already get breaks. They already have meal periods. All of that stuff is already happening. So that would not be a discouragement. I think it really goes down to how you would define what costs would be incurred. And another piece in the legislation was about providing equipment. When I first started my business, I did not provide equipment. We were a bring your own device company. Then as we grew and became more established, now we do provide laptops, monitors, and keyboards. I do not furnish desks for all of my staff. So again, it would have to be on how that is further defined.
Thank you. Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks. Good to see you again. Just as like a, I won't say rule of thumb, but just common practice, people that work remotely, they don't tend to work 8 hours and then leave, do they? Do they tend to work and then they may take a break or whatever, and then, I mean, they will actually work potentially more hours because they have the flexibility of being at home.
Yeah.
Is that sort of what happens in the dynamic that you're
Yeah,
familiar with?
thank you for the question. So statistically, and these are stats usually done by HR practices or HR associations, they do tend to work more hours or be more productive. So it has been proven that given the right atmosphere, the right culture, and the right business, an employee would be more productive working at home than they would be working in an in-office setting. So there is oftentimes reason to have them work from home to get more productivity.
Thank you.
Representative Kerr.
Thank you. So how do you know that wherever your remote workers are working from is a safe environment?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the question. You have to take their judgment. So when Representative McKenzie proposed the bill, his suggestion was to have you sign a piece of paper saying that you understand what safe means. It kind of goes back to adulting. I have to trust that you understand what safe means and trust that you're not going to have a toy behind you, not going to be on a rickety porch. But someone mentioned this affects employees working in New Hampshire. I'm a multi-state employer. I have employees in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Maine, and Virginia. I'm responsible to know what the laws are in Virginia. I will tell you right now, if they had a law that I had to go and inspect someone's home that lived in Virginia, I would not hire in Virginia. So I also want to keep that in mind when you're talking about verifying a workplace. If someone has to physically go and verify someone's home, that is going to be a very bad thing.
Quick follow-up.
Please, follow up.
Yeah, so, and that makes 100% sense. You know, it goes back to what Representative Flanagan asked earlier about, tripping over a toy. So doesn't that kind of help the bill, knowing that, okay, yes, you're at a safe place. You told me you're in a safe place. If you trip over a toy, I'm sorry, but that's on you. Doesn't that kind of help the bill understand? Because I think what Representative McKenzie was trying to say is that let's just open this door and see what's behind it, because and I don't disagree that everybody that works in New Hampshire deserves to be, umbrella under the same law, protection, safety, all that fun stuff. Do you think that might help a little bit by just making sure, like you said, that, okay, you're in a safe environment. If something happens and it's on you, then I'm sorry, it's on you. But otherwise, we'd like to help with that.
Yeah, so thank you for your question. I'm going to answer your question kind of in a roundabout. I'm not saying it wouldn't help continue the conversation, but there is also other regulations that you want to take into consideration. I don't have the language in front of me. I can send it to you, but in doing research for this bill, there was OSHA put out a statement back in 2000 specifically defining that they not to inspect home locations. So you also have to keep in mind there's other stuff that you want to be like, why would OSHA say that? What did they find? What is the purpose of that, or why was it relevant? But I will also liken it to, just because you were working in an unsafe environment does not mean I'm not responsible for your injury. If there was not tape over this cord and you tripped over it, I would still be responsible. I think it goes back to being what's in your control. So if you have control over the space because I own the space because it's an office, then I'm fully responsible. If I don't have control, then I can't be fully responsible. But again, that to me is more of a safety OSHA workers' comp kind of discussion. And maybe this bill needs to be more of a workers' comp kind of claim and not so much of a how am I inspecting your safety, and more of what would be and wouldn't be a legit claim.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't high enough. Next time.
Next time I'll do it like that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Schultz.
And thank you for taking my question. I mentioned earlier, you probably weren't here. My husband has worked from home for 12 years. He is a software engineer. So a lot of the stuff that we're talking about, we've worked through on some level or another. And I just wanted to see, my real question is, does any of this concern you? 2 points. One is, we used to be able to deduct the costs of at least a portion of the internet and all, like you're supposed to, at that point, and the laws have changed, you measure your house and how much square feet, how much does his office take up, how much, what percentage of the internet does he use, like all the expenses related to that. We used to be able to deduct. That is no longer the case because of the way that tax law has changed. It, and I liked that was something we could at least get some compensation about, and I don't know if you have so I want to ask, is that ring true from your workers' point of view? Also, I have just assumed, even though my husband before worked for the state of New Hampshire, got all the great updates on what ergonomics are with your computer and how you sit and all that. He luckily brought that skill home and knew what kind of chair to buy and all that. And he did get some money from his company to buy ergonomic equipment. Is that something that has been on your radar as an employer for your folks that are home, like the ergonomics in that way to prevent carpal tunnel, which is probably the most common at-home injury, So I wonder if you've had experiences with that on the tax and the ergonomic piece.
Yeah, so the tax piece, it's not something that we regularly discuss or is a topic that we've brought up with our remote workers. I will say I personally also own a business and I do have deductions, but also I now fall under the higher threshold of I don't have to count my pennies. So that's how I look at it. I don't have to count my pennies. So thanks. But on the side of ergonomics, yes, we do communicate with our team what's good ergonomics. I will say, though, this is not an issue of remote or in person. I guarantee you, you can find at least 20% of the businesses in Concord don't have good ergonomic chairs. They don't talk to their in-person team about it. I can say the chairs you're sitting in are probably not the most ergonomic chairs. So, I mean, I think, but I just wanted to say that the intentions of this bill, in my opinion, are already protecting, and I don't think we need to define a difference between remote and in person. They're employees. They should have the same things, and they already do. So it's about the employer, whether you're in person or remote. Are you having the conversations about ergonomics? Are you providing the right equipment or educating them on how to get it?
Thank you.
Representative on the line.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. If this bill were to pass in its current form, would you look at taking your employees off and making them 1099 employees?
My employees would not classify for a 1099. I have too much control. Nice try. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you for your question. Did you write that down? Okay.
All right, Representative Flanagan for another question.
The last one, but I'm not sure if you have any information or knowledge on this, and it's, would you believe, but the homeowner's policy has provisions in it for workers' compensation. Thank you for shaking your head over there, agreeing with me. I'm wondering if this law could then conflict with the workers' comp that you carry on your employees.
I would not be able to testify to that. I have people for that.
You know what I am saying, Mr. Chairman? Like if you'd have one insurance company saying, well, you have workers' comp on your homeowners and we have workers' comp under your policy, they'll be battling over who's liable for the damages. And I think this bill opens up that
Fair enough.
problem. So anyway, that might be for executive session. But
Sam, thank you for your testimony. I
Thank you.
appreciate it as always. Mr. Grace, you're up. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Graves for the BIA. I'm very glad you called me second because I support everything Allison just told you, and I will not take up much of your time. I just want to key up a couple highlights there. One, I think Allison alluded to, but maybe didn't say as explicitly as I will, that if this bill were to pass and employers have an obligation to do some of these things, employers who have the option of remote workers who do not need to ever come to the office, as you've heard from at least one employer here before you today, they're not going to be looking to hire in our state. That puts us at an economic disadvantage. They're going to be looking at other states that do not have this mandate. They're going to be looking to hire employees there because their labor laws will apply. So I think it's very important to keep that in mind, that puts us at an economic disadvantage. The other thing I do want to point out is I think Representative Staub asked a very good question about the definition of remote work. That's something that we paid attention to. Obviously, I am a remote worker because I'm here and we have an office in downtown Concord and we are not currently at that office. But the case is that there are many different employment arrangements throughout the state with many different types of remote work, some of which do have, employers do have more control, more obligation over where that remote site than others. I'm more than happy to have coffee with any of you. The BIA does not have control over any coffee shops in the city of Concord or elsewhere in the state. So I do think it's very important to keep in mind as you look at even the definition of remote work, that because of the wide range of potential work arrangements, that's going to have different impacts on different employers and employees, and that is going to be very important to keep in mind as you look at legislation like this. Happy to take any questions that you may have.
Questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none, sir, thank you again. Appreciate it. Mr. Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to testify. John Reynolds, I'm the state director for the National Federation of Independent Business in New Hampshire. We represent more than 1,700 small businesses across the state. I echo the concerns raised by Ms. Miliotto and Mr. Grays. Worker safety, comfort is absolutely paramount for small employers, for our members. A, it's the right thing to do. B, it helps you keep workers at a time when it's very, very hard to find them in the first place. C, as other people have discussed, your workers are already able to claim, file a workers' comp claim for injuries that result in the course of employment through remote work. And then OSHA standards do still apply to remote work as well. So the general safety clause, or I can't remember the name of the clause, but it's still, OSHA still applies to some degree for remote workers. I did want to just piggybacking off of one of the comments Mr. Grays was making. I think a lot of the discussion has been focused on remote work as in a specific setting. Like you have a home office, you work from there. But as Mr. Grays said, that's not really the reality for a lot of remote workers. They work from all kinds of different places, whether it's a park or coffee shop, a restaurant, or a hotel somewhere. If you're a remote worker, in general, a lot of times you can work, you have the flexibility to work from a lot of different places unless you're, required to meet some sort of standard for your internet connection, right? A security standard for your internet connection. Then your employer might block access from certain locations unless you're on the network. We think the practical effect of this bill is essentially that, especially for small employers who would lack the capability to conduct home inspections or inspect every work site, is that it's going to make remote work arrangements untenable to maintain or force employers to severely restrict the terms of those agreements or arrangements. And I don't think that's good for small business owners who, again, want to keep their employees happy. I don't think it's good for workers. I don't think it would be good for me. I like to work from coffee shops personally. And then, as Ms. Miliotto alluded to, the bill raises significant questions about what is reimbursable, what is appropriate reimbursement, and who owns then the equipment and the services that are being reimbursed for. And we already have a statute, 275-57, that governs reimbursement of reasonable expenses incurred in the course of employment. There are many reasons, again, speaking from personal experience, that I may not want to accept employer-issued equipment. I think the example I used in an email to Representative McKenzie was I didn't want one of my employer's monitors. I wanted my own monitor because I wanted to be able to use it also as a television on a level of our home that didn't have a TV for our kids to watch cartoons. And I wanted to be honest about what I was doing with it. And I didn't want to have two monitors on my desk because I have a small desk and I work underneath a skylight and it's kind of uncomfortable, which is a whole other probably OSHA hazard, but don't tell my employer. Is this recorded? But, and I also don't want my employer coming into my house and inspecting my workplace. I think a lot of workers probably feel the same way. I don't think our members want to go inspect home work sites or offsite workplaces. And if, I think the ways in which this has been talked about, if there was a much simpler bill that said, hey, just make sure that you are following existing standards and that your employees know that they need to maintain safe practices at home or from wherever they work, that's a much different bill than what we're looking at now. So thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you. Subject to questions? No. Yep. Representative Hall.
Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned that OSHA regulations already apply to home workers. Can you go into a little more detail on that?
My understanding is, sorry, I wish I had written this down. Under the general applicability clause, right, that terms of OSHA apply to wherever you're working from to some degree. But as Ms. Miliotto noted earlier in her testimony, there's a memo issued 25 years ago by U.S. OSHA saying, but OSHA is not going to go in and conduct, home work site inspections. So the extent to which, I don't want to get over my skis and
Fair enough. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And Mr. Garrigan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, John Garrigan. I'm General Counsel with the Department of Labor, and with me is Deputy Commissioner Danielle Albert. The department takes no position on this bill. We do have two pieces of technical feedback on it. The first is that the placement of the bill within the statute we feel is a little incongruous with the way the statute flows currently. If this were enacted, it would be at 275 37-C. The 37 range is our anti-discrimination laws. And this would kind of fall right in the middle of the anti-discrimination laws. So we would recommend maybe putting it somewhere else that maybe logically makes more sense. Second, and perhaps more importantly, we've reviewed the proposal. We do feel that most of the proposed provisions are redundant. As has been expressed already, labor laws apply equally regardless of where the work is performed. And workers' compensation laws apply equally regardless of where the work is performed. So many of these provisions that kind of relay already existing parts of labor law that already exist. We already enforce that for remote workers. There are a few provisions that would kind of go above and beyond what our laws already do. Excuse me. Section 7 on ergonomic factors, Section 9 on effective communications, and Section 10 on data security. They don't have any current parallels in our labor law, so those would be additional requirements in matters of department enforcement. And as usual for the penalties, if this were enacted as written, this would fall under our general labor law penalty structure. It would require a warning first, and then a subsequent violation would be subject to a $2,500 fine. Beyond that, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Representative Granger and then Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to riff off of what Representative Hall asked. So I'm a home worker. Do I have to follow OSHA at my house as a remote home worker, like in my home office?
OSHA falls outside of the department's jurisdiction, so I can't comment on that.
Okay, I was hoping. Thank you, though.
Representative Sullivan.
This is just clarification of what you testified to. You said that areas that are not covered by current law are Section 7, 9, and another one.
10, sorry.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking our questions today. So OSHA would cover the private sector. The public sector, if they had remote workers, would fall under your jurisdiction?
Correct.
Because we've heard a lot about how OSHA works and doesn't work in the public sector. So you would be responsible for ensuring compliance through this section?
For public sector workers, yes, correct.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, sir. Representative Staub. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one question. If someone is a remote worker, I mean, we typically talk about people who are at home working on their computers, but if there's some other type of equipment that is brought into the person's home in order for them to do their job, is there anything to cover the safety of that piece of equipment so that, you know, it doesn't set their house on fire or whatever? Is that covered under something else?
Again, OSHA would probably cover that for private sector workers. In terms of public sector workers who work remotely, that would be very much a case by case situation that we'd have to look at.
Thank you.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Forgive me if you've answered this, because I feel like this would be something that has already been addressed today. So forgive me if I missed it. But, you know, workplaces where you work in person have the posters. Is that something employers are supposed to also, and that's all provided by employers, they are supposed to also provide that information to their remote workers?
Yes, that's a really good question. So, yes, employers have to ensure that all workers, regardless of where they work, have access to that information. Typically, if an employer has like an intranet type system or a shared file system, they can have policies or posters loaded into that is typically how they do it, or they're distributed through email. But yeah, that can be done electronically. That's fine with the department. Thank you.
I'm curious, a lot of this, thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of this remote work is focused on computers and office type work. Do you think this bill would help with DOT workers, people who drive trucks, who don't work in an office, who work on sites?
I will defer to DOT on that answer.
Thank you.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm a remote worker who works from my house, and I'm concerned whether this bill would in any way burden me to have to follow additional rules at my house. Do you think it would or wouldn't?
I'm not going to cast an opinion on the additional rule part. I mean, it would be a new law that would apply to you. It does create a few new areas for the Department of Labor from the state of New Hampshire. It creates a few new areas of enforcement that don't currently exist. Those areas may have redundant federal parallels that would provide the same level of, or a similar level of regulation. So whether or not it applies new or different standards, I mean, there's a lot of rules and laws that apply to workers. So I'm not going to opine on whether it's more or less. It's just, it would be different.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you again.
Thank you.
For the third time today, and probably not the last. Thank you. Both. Seeing no other testimony for HB 1177, I hereby close the hearing on HB 1177. And we'll take a 4.5-minute recess till 2 o'clock, and please be back in your seats. Thanks. House Bill 1352 relative to payment and dispute resolution for medical bills under workman's compensation. Representative McKenzie, would you like to introduce this bill?
Yes, sir. For the record, my name is Mark McKenzie. I'm the representative from Hillsborough District 40 in Manchester. And I'm here to introduce the House Bill 1352, which is relative to dispute resolutions for medical bills and workers' compensation. Now, I gave to you the break sheet that essentially shows you what the process is for the way that claims are filed and the way they're processed within the Department of Labor. So there is a filing. If there's an injury, then you file a report of injury. Within 48 hours, the carriers, the providers take you in as an injured worker. There is a workers' compensation form that is filed and goes to the carrier, and the carrier in turn has 30 days to accept accept or deny. And then there's a whole process for how long, because there was some confusion initially about how long this can stay in play. So you've got up to 18 months to try to resolve this. There are levels within the Department of Labor which include the first level, which is a hearing within the department. There's a secondary level of appeal, which is a compensation appeals board, and then there's a final Supreme Court appeal. So there's this whole process of vetting this out. Now, what has come down, and the reason I introduced this, is there was a hearing before this committee in April of last year. And I have rolled that thing back and forth probably 6 or 8 times. And also discovered, by the way, that the transcript, if you hit the button, the transcript is right beside it, which I never knew. So I've copied some of the transcript. But what's happening here is best I can understand, is there is a section of there are carriers that are easier to work with than some others. There are in-state carriers, and Scott Lawson's group was mentioned more than one occasion. He's one of the people that provide workers' compensation, and they have contracts with him, and they work well. There is the other section of private of carriers who generally, from what I understand, are out of the state. They don't have contracts with the providers, as you'll hear from today. But and so it becomes more difficult to resolve a claim with those out-of-state providers. Now, what happens once the claim is been filed is there is this process of vetting to determine what the reasonable value of the service is. And that's currently in the law. Sometimes when you have contracts with people, like Lawson, for instance, you pretty much know what that is. And if you don't get to hit that number right away, it's generally a lot easier to work with. What's going on in the other side of the house is you've got these other carriers who basically, for whatever reason, are not as efficient as Lawson is. I'll say it that way. And this goes on and on and on. It is an expensive process. It is incredibly time-consuming for the providers, and you'll hear from them. And it is an expensive process to go forward if you start looking at filing hearings before the Department of Labor. Even the first appeal hearing is expensive because you're up against attorneys from the other side, from the carriers, and it's not likely that you're going to walk in there by yourself. So this is a cost driver for the system. So what I've tried to do is to take the comments that have come from the providers, and there's a couple of big ones in here, and try to turn this into something that may make more sense. And let me say the end of this for me, the thing that most perked me up was the idea that if we don't resolve this thing, it's going to cause providers who injured workers should have access to essentially back out of the market. And some of that is already occurring because they can't afford, quite frankly, to go to, this is not the Concord Hospital. Many of these providers are smaller, and they don't have the capacity to carry thousands of dollars on the wrong side of the books. So it's burdening them. So here's what I took the existing law and I made some changes to it. And essentially, I'll run through them real quick. I changed the first beginning of this thing, the question of good faith versus reasonable. Because the law currently says make a reasonable effort to settle. And I come from the labor part of things and contracts, and I don't think reasonable is sufficient. I think a good faith effort means it's not the highest bar that can be, but it means you've got to at least come to the table and talk. That's the first thing I did. I introduced and I know this needs some work, but I introduced the concept of mediation in the process. And the idea that you could bring people together in an impartial environment, and we need to flush this out, and bring them together and see if the mediator could close the gap as they do in collective bargaining and other things, and close that gap between the one carrier and the providers. The hope is that that'll cut down the amount of time it takes. The hope is that that will reduce costs overall for the providers now who are spending a fair amount of their time, and you'll hear from them going forward. The other thing I did was I did try to build into the law more accountability, and the current law requires that that once a claim is sent to the carrier, that they have 30 days to pay it. I increased that to 45 to give them more time. But I also built into this legislation a kind of oversight that's not currently in the law. And what it essentially says that if you don't meet those bars, then you get on the watch list, and that we're going to pay more attention to you. We're going to ask you, you're going to be required to file with reasons why you missed the deadline, why you didn't pay this on time. And also, currently, the law does not, the Department of Labor does not receive notice of when an account is paid. So they don't know. The only time they receive notice is if there's a denial, but they don't receive it according to the transcript that I read and the testimony from Deputy Commissioner. So they really don't know when the claim gets paid. So I'm trying to narrow this down. I'm trying to bring tools to this process that'll help facilitate this process and to make it more appealing to the providers and quite frankly, bring some accountability. And that's essentially what this legislation does. Now, you've got people behind me that do this every day, and you'll hear from them again I think I sent some of you the link, but it is a problem in the business now. And if we don't resolve this, I'm afraid the impact for the injured worker is going to be significant as they lose opportunities. So that's essentially my story. I'm sticking with it.
Good. Thank you. Questions for Representative McKenzie? Representative Avalon, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative McKenzie. Page 3, line 21. We changed the may to shall assess a civil penalty. Are we making it mandatory that the commissioner fine these people?
That would be so they have to, now they can fine them a nickel. So the commission has the authority to fine them what he or she thinks is appropriate. But I think that there needs to be some consequence for continually missing that. If you're a bad actor in this process, that there be something that compels you to comply. And I always thought that the best way to do that is you tap somebody's pocket. And I think that this is what we're doing now. If they think 5,000 is too much, if 2,500 works, but still, I don't take away the discretion from the commissioner to make what he thinks is an appropriate amount of money.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Schultz and then Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a follow-up to that, isn't that the same situation on page 4? It says failure to comply with this subparagraph shall result in a civil penalty as determined by the commissioner in accordance with the other that subparagraph, I believe. Again, giving the discretion to the commissioner. Is that similar
Well, I think he
in
has
thought
that.
of what you were saying?
Yeah, that's pretty much, I think that's kind of woven into the law, that that the commissioner has the last word on many of this stuff. Now, I wrote this, and I'm sure the Department of Labor will have some comments about how I wrote it and how it was drafted. So I welcome that.
All right, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for answering my question.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that mediation was new, and I think that it's good keeping things out of the legal system as much as possible. But my question is, who would pay for that? Because it's usually about $4,000, can be as high as $8,000.
Well, I ran this by the providers, and there's going to be a cost to it. There's no doubt. But the amount of money that they're currently paying out for all of this, for all the work that it takes to manage this and to respond, and I think that it might be attractive to them. It might be, if we can design a system that's fair, that processes this work and gets it done earlier, because I think in the long run, they'll probably save the money in the long run. And that's my hope, that that'll do that.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So I believe you said at the outset that this seems to be a problem with out-of-state insurers and out-of-state carriers. And I wonder how many of those are covering workers' comp in New Hampshire. I know that you have to, in order to do workers' comp, you have to register with our insurance commission. And one would think this would be an opportunity to negotiate contracts with the local providers and do away with all this wahala.
I don't have a good answer for that.
Representative Staub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You have said repeatedly that this is a big problem. Is there data on how many claims are being denied or how many claims are being subjected to this foot dragging by these providers? And will we be hearing more about that from subsequent speakers?
I would suspect that some of the bigger, these aren't hospital providers. These are people that are independent from the hospital. So I think there's some of those representatives are here, and I think they'll inform that for you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you for introducing this bill. And if we can have Mark McKenzie. And Mark McKenzie, you're good to go. Next card, please. Kevin Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Kevin Kavanaugh. I'm here representing the New Hampshire AFL-CIO and its 40,000 members, and to voice support for House Bill 1352. And Representative McKenzie, I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I do have enough copies. I know it's been going long. There's more providers to testify. I can pass these out. I just want to hit on 3 highlights that I see, and I'll move right along. This bill promotes good faith dispute resolution and expands access to mediation. The bill strengthens accountability and increases penalties for bad faith behavior. And the bill improves transparency around delayed payments. And I would just like to say that New Hampshire AFL does support this and ask the committee to pass House Bill 1352. Thank you. I can leave these.
Please, if you could, and if you just hand them to Representative Drago, we'll hand them around.
Will do.
Are there
Thank
any
you.
questions for Mr. Kavanaugh? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. In the absence of the mediation that is added to the law by this bill, what would a claimant do today if payment wasn't received?
You know, I'd really have to defer that to Representative McKenzie. I mean, in the legal, I would always want to see mediation instead of taking it to court. I think that's less expensive. So I really have to leave that to Representative.
Thank you.
Okay. Please.
Is this the same bill that we had last term where the insurance companies were looking for a shorter period of time for the medical providers to give information? Or is this a totally different?
I believe this is a different bill completely.
There's no bleed over on it?
Yeah, I don't think there's bleed over on it.
See? You know which one I'm talking about, Mac, right?
And do you agree, Representative McKenzie?
I think it was a focus on trying to.
Microphone.
Your microphone, Mac.
Microphone, please.
I don't think this is the same piece of legislation.
Okay. Thanks. Good question. Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. And Mr. Valles? And if you could turn your mic on, please.
For the record, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Nick Vallis. I'm the CEO of Bedford Ambulatory Surgical Center and a few other surgical centers, but principally the Bedford Ambulatory Surgical Center. And I also represent about 80 different private practitioners heavily involved in providing workers' compensation health care. I have mixed feelings. Part of this bill I don't like at all, but I would love the way to improve the system. I believe here in New Hampshire we have a fantastic workers' compensation program between healthcare providers and insurers, but there are some bad actors for sure, and I'd love to be able to punish them for bad behavior. The bad behavior that's going on is repricing. You've come to an agreement with an insurance plan, but also the insurance plan outsources the management of the reimbursement, and all of a sudden this third-party entity pays you less than what you agreed to originally. I think if we can improve anything, we can improve that. Mediation scares me because presently I don't see the system broken. I provide a lot of care for Massachusetts patients who come to New Hampshire. Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont is a disaster compared to New Hampshire. Okay, and the good news in New Hampshire, you have many excellent healthcare providers giving access to patients or injured employees and workers. And we've been at this a long time. I don't know, 13, 14 years ago, we got away from a fee schedule that was being proposed, which would have been a disaster. We allowed for negotiations to take place, which greatly improved the market. And I'm proud to tell you, employees who get injured get great care in New Hampshire. They have great access. And that's a great thing. When there are disputes, we go to the Department of Labor, and they get resolved. Mediation scares me because it could prolong the rate of reimbursement, which is very important. And many of these bills are large, and whether they're a surgical facility, hospital, or healthcare provider, that delay in payment can hurt someone in private practice. And for musculoskeletal care, orthopedic surgery, and physical therapy, workers' compensation is a big part of what they do, and a very important part of what they do. So mediation sounds great, but if it lengthens the process, I think we could avoid mediation and a lot of the hardship if we can prevent repricing. If an agreement, if there's a insurance company from East Oshkosh, Wisconsin, that wants to do business here in New Hampshire, they should have contracts, just like, and health insurance companies, we have contracts with them. And so we have a determined rate of reimbursement for our services. Common sense. We don't need more government and more processing in what we do. All right. The system isn't broken. Can we improve upon it? I think we should look at repricing. If we're thinking of not having to go to Department of Labor and we go to mediation, we should seriously consider a time frame on that. I don't think it'll save us any money by going to mediation. Mediation can be expensive. Those are my thoughts and feelings. The system isn't broken. Can we tweak it? Yes. I think we need to look at those bad actors who are repricing the services that were previously negotiated. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Representative Granger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't work in insurance. Can you describe repricing from an insurer's perspective as well as a healthcare provider's perspective so I can try to get
Absolutely.
as
So,
best as you can?
so let's say you have a contract with Acme Insurance Company. You've agreed on a price, but Acme Insurance Company then offloads that to an independent agency that's not an insurance company, but is representing that insurance company. And all of a sudden they're handling the claim and they send you a reimbursement that's far lower than what you agreed to with Acme Insurance Company. You follow me?
So the
Hoping
price
you
to the
take
healthcare
it.
provider is lower now.
Pardon me? The reimbursement to the healthcare provider is lower.
Okay, so from the healthcare provider's perspective, because the insurance company is paying them out, that's not good.
The insurance company is offloading the payout to a third party, an independent agency that is handling the claims.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and they're incentivized, by the way. They get paid more if they reduce your payment, reduce the obligation to the healthcare provider. So they have a perverse incentive to break a contract.
Okay, Representative Sullivan.
Also on repricing, just to you indicate that repricing apparently is the problem.
I see it as a problem, not the problem, but I see it as a problem as it pertains to reimbursement.
Oh,
Please.
the what do you? Well, I guess I need to understand better. Why would you reach an agreement with the insurance carrier and then they send it out for repricing? Wouldn't they just send it out for repricing and then that determines what the insurance company is going to pay? Or and also, just so I can not have to follow up, what's an alternative to the repricing? What could take place?
Just agree to the contract, and that'd be it. So we do this in healthcare, and we do. So there are two realms in healthcare, believe it or not. One is conventional healthcare, that's non-work related, and then there's workers' compensation. Okay, and believe it or not, the pricing is different. Okay, the reimbursement is different to the healthcare provider. The agencies that are in healthcare and for reimbursement, we have contracts with all the insurance providers that we see their subscribers or their patients, and we get paid whatever we negotiated. In the workers' comp world, what has happened is that some of the providers, insurance providers, outsource to a third-party administrator, as they're called, okay, the claims adjudication and reimbursement for the healthcare provider. And oftentimes, there's a delay in payment, okay? And all of a sudden, you're getting reimbursed less than what you would agree to or negotiated. That seems improper, okay? The delay in payment is painful, okay? And that oftentimes, that is what brings us to the Department of Labor in these disputes. And so we're seeing it even in healthcare. You're seeing third-party administrators handling these claims, and they're incentivized literally to create less payout, if you may, less medical loss by repricing, by delaying, and it kind of holds harmless the insurance company. So that's what's going on, okay, and it's becoming more frequent.
Thank you.
Representative, thank you. Good question. Representative Flanagan, then Cahill, then Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and if it's any consolation, I had my second MRI with you. Although when I was there, I asked if you were there, and I was going to say hello, but I guess you didn't.
So I missed you.
Didn't see you.
Glad we could be of service, though.
Last year, and I brought it up earlier, there was a bill that wanted to limit the time that you had to
Right.
present your bill to the insurance company. Now, if I read this right, and I didn't do a lot of deep reading into it, but it says now this bill allows the insurance companies more time, and if it's not, then they want to potentially go to mediation. Are you getting screwed in both of those bills?
Yeah, we don't see either one of us as physician or provider friendly, and I'm very sincere. I don't see this as a problem today. I think this bill could create more problems. It may have intentions to be an improved bill, but I can tell you today we have a far better system than most states in the country. And if you look at our premium rates, all right, they are far better than most states. We should be proud of that because, as you all know, healthcare is pretty damn expensive. So if we need to tweak anything, I'd start looking at this repricing shenanigans and delaying payment to providers.
Okay. And Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Vallis. This repricing, I want to make sure I understand. Is the third party revising the diagnosis code, or they're just paying less money?
Less money. Very simple. So what will happen is they'll say, well, you assume that, you know what, I'm supposed to get 80% of my charges, okay? All of a sudden you get a bill and they're paying you 60% of your charges. And what they hope is that you don't catch it, okay? Or you just say, hell with it, I'm so busy. And this is what happens to staff. Everyone's work, the stress level and work level is very high, especially in healthcare, because it oftentimes makes no damn sense. And they just push it through, and hopefully you miss it or don't care about it. And you got to be very vigilant as a healthcare provider, or else you lose a lot of money.
Follow up?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Please.
you. Is this something that we should be discussing with the Insurance Commission here in New Hampshire? It sounds like they're violating your contract.
I think so. I think it's a great topic of discussion, if you ask me. But that's not why I'm here today. But I think you're spot on. I think we should be talking about repricing without permission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Granger, and then Representative Schultz.
So my question was a question for the chair about if anybody is in testifying on this bill is representing the insurance industry, if you had any information on that.
I can't tell from the cards. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Oh, perfect.
Good
Thank you.
question. Representative Schultz? You wave off. All right. Hey, that was great testimony. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy day.
Thank you,
And,
Chair.
Sure.
We have one more.
One more. Stand by.
I just want to clarify. You've said several things. At one point, you said repricing is a problem, but not the problem.
Correct.
And then you've said the system's not broken. Perhaps it needs no adjustment whatsoever. What does it really need, if anything?
I think today, if it needs anything, we should look at the repricing reimbursements that are going on and the delay payments to providers. That often brings us back to the Department of Labor, in which we don't have any issues with the Department of Labor. It's worked. And like I said, anytime we try and toy, it's like tuning an engine. It can cause problems too. We have in spite of the insanity in healthcare, New Hampshire stands a lot better off than most states. And you can look, and evidence of that is that you look at the premium rates and access to healthcare. I am very proud to tell you injured employees get great care in the state of New Hampshire.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good question. Good follow-up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. let's go. And yeah, if we can have Mr. Lepak come on up. Yes, sir. All right, guys, if we could keep it down, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Cam Lapine. I work at Orrin Reno. I represent the American Property Casualty Insurance Association. I distributed written testimony to you. I was not planning to testify, but I'm here because I feel like you have some questions. I am not our expert in workers' compensation, but I'm happy to take some questions back to the office for you. I'm happy to take your questions back to the office, and I can answer them. I will do my best.
Great, thank you. Representative Granger and then Representative Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I don't have insurance.
Okay.
I don't believe in it.
Okay.
But I also don't trust healthcare providers. And that means that I'm the perfect unbiased person on this. But it seems to me that healthcare providers and insurance companies don't get along. Can you explain from the insurance company's perspective this whole repricing thing?
I cannot. I asked our expert to explain it to me, and they have not gone back to me because I've just asked, but I will get back to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you could send that to the whole committee, I sense that everyone would be quite curious on the response to that.
Absolutely.
Cool. And is this like comment day or something to say that on the, yes, one short comment?
Yeah, it's very short.
Would you believe?
Would you believe that when I had my second MRI from Mr. Vallis, the bill came out and it was $3,500 or something for the MRI, and they negotiated with his group to the point where I paid $146, and they paid nothing other than that. Sound about right? Well sense?
All right.
So there's a charge?
Your charge.
Reimbursement which confuses people. It's the difference between what you charge, what your agreed amount is,
Right.
and then what the patient actually pays.
Yeah, well, the paperwork showed that all he got was what I gave you, so, but whatever.
Fair enough. Representative Claire.
Hi, thanks. So are you guys opposed, support?
So we are opposed to the bill as a whole. When I was handing out copies, I think I actually gave someone possibly 2 copies of our written testimony. So bear with me for one moment. We have questions on the mediation portion. It's unclear how the mediator is selected or who pays for it, which would be something to work out there. The increase in the standard to good faith is not something that we support. We think that the reasonable standard is the appropriate standard in this case. We do support the change to 45 days from 30 days. That gets back to the bill from last year. The bill last year, as I recalled it, set the standard for both parties at, I believe it was 45 days for both parties, which we thought was fair. So we support that provision. Changing the may to shall, which one of the members commented on. I don't unfortunately recall which member it was. We think the may standard, I think if the vice chair actually changing that, keeping that as may is appropriate. And without my copy of the written testimony, unfortunately, that's what I recall at this moment. But you should have a copy of our written testimony in front of you.
Okay, good. Well, thanks for stepping up. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and I will follow up with you all about repricing. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Hebert?
I got it.
And
There we go. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Chris Hebert. I am the business office manager at Concord Orthopedics, a member of the Northeast Orthopedic Alliance. So we have over 50 providers in at our practice and with office locations all throughout the state. So workers' comp is incredibly important to us. I think our position is that we're opposed to this House bill as it is written today. There's really good things in it. Mediation, I think, is a wonderful idea with more specific guidelines to it. It can't be something that happens ongoing. So we have certain carriers, as we've already talked about, that are easier to work with than others. There are some that will use this as an opportunity just to delay payment. So if mediation were to happen, I would want to see some guidelines by carrier. So if you, throughout the course of mediation, I don't want to have to go and speak to the same carriers over and over and over again. There needs to be an endpoint to that. Otherwise, it's really just replacing the time that I've been spending doing hearings and doing appeals. So mediation's great with some limitations. I think the piece that's I'd like the most out of this House bill is the accountability portion. So extending the payment deadline to 45 days is okay as long as there's that accountability piece to the carriers where they are obligated to advise the Department of Labor why they didn't pay that bill within that time frame. That would be the only way that I would agree to this. Otherwise, there's no consequence to them for not paying the bill. We hear a lot of different reasons why those bills don't get paid timely. Some do, some I understand, some I don't. We spend a lot of man hours trying to collect payments. So if there's a higher level of accountability with the payers, then that's going to reduce the administrative burden to the practice. Workers' comp is incredibly important to our patients, our providers, to our practice as a whole. And it requires a lot of man hours. So I think we're moving in the right direction, but I don't think it's where it needs to be currently. Mediation with some more specific guidelines and some limitations to it, and the accountability piece to the payer. They have to be accountable for not following this and not leaving it up to the provider to notify the Department of Labor every time a carrier does not pay within that time frame. They wouldn't be able to handle that, all of those inquiries. So I would like to see a higher level of accountability to the payers.
Okay. Are there any questions? Representative Avalani.
Thank you. In reference to the mediation portion, page 1, part C, it says resolution of a dispute. It doesn't say resolution of a claim. So if they dispute a shoulder surgery and then an ankle surgery that's part of the same claim, they could essentially mediate each individual bill that comes to them.
They certainly could. So currently, we try to, just for the sake of time for all parties and especially for us, I don't want to have to put the time in for a single office visit. So I may look at a course of treatment before I would request a hearing for reimbursement.
Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. We've heard a lot about repricing. I noticed that you didn't mention it. Is that because you don't feel it's a problem or you thought it was already covered?
In terms of what, I'm sorry?
Repricing.
Repricing. It is absolutely a problem. That's not, I think that's part of the overall workers' comp reimbursement problem that we currently are facing. So it is part of it. So I would absolutely, repricing can be okay if you're working with a carrier that's willing to work with you, because some, again, are easier to work with. I would much rather work directly with the carriers that I have relationships with and know that what I've negotiated for a contract or a payment rate is what I'm going to receive. So repricing is a big problem.
Follow up?
Please.
I remain confused about the idea that you first negotiate a payment with the insurance company. Hurrah, we've got an agreement. And then they ship it off to somebody who changes the agreement. It doesn't make any sense.
Right. And that will, if that continues along that line, it would then, there would be no benefit for providers to enter into agreements with the workers' comp carriers, which could then again provide additional problems. But there's a different level of accountability, I believe, with workers' comp than there is with, say, Anthem or Cigna. Those carriers would never be able to do that. Your rate is your rate. And unfortunately, it's always been different with workers' comp.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So are the contracts with the workers' comp insurance companies, are they written in such a way as to allow repricing?
They are not, they don't allow, I'm going to have to defer that to Karen
it's
to
o-
see
it's
if
okay if you
she
don't know.
answers that question. I don't know if there's specific language in the contract that prohibits that.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Drago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So now we've heard from two different groups that have said this is an issue. And something stuck out in the last testimony was that you have to be on top of this.
Mm-hmm.
Always studying the bills, making sure that something's not slipping by. Can you speak to how much time staff has to spend on this? Because I imagine this probably gets pretty expensive as a provider to deal with this.
It is. I will say that I have 2 FTEs that just work in workers' comp. And for comparison speaking, I have 1 FTE that manages a carrier, a private insurance that manages far less in terms of volume. And that's because part of it is the reimbursement, part of it is the nature of workers' comp. A lot of it is manual. It's paper. You maybe have to talk to an adjuster or, a different repricer. You have to. It takes more to manage those payers than it does to manage Anthem or Cigna because you don't have one website to go to. So
And I'm sorry, ma'am, for FCE.
FTE, full-time equivalent. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So I have 2, and honestly, I could use a third. Yeah.
Representative Avaloni.
Thank you. You alluded to that workman's compensation is harder to deal with than private insurance. Why is that?
So there's additional paperwork that's required. So if you injure yourself and you have an injury or you have a condition and you're going through your private health insurance and you just have to go to your doctor and you get seen and they submit the claim electronically. You don't have to get it approved. It doesn't have to go through an adjuster. You don't have to do a first report of injury. You're just seen and your claim is submitted electronically and it gets paid. You have a website most of the time that you can see your bills online. We can see the status of the claim. We receive payment within 10 days, sometimes 15 days for private insurance. Electronically, we have money in the bank, sometimes faster than that. With workers' comp, you have a delay sometimes with the initial reporting. Sometimes patients, they injure themselves and they don't report it right away, or they have a small employer, and so there's a delay in the first report of injury getting reported to the state. There's a delay in getting a claim number, your payment's delayed. You have to submit that claim. The doctor has to fill out a form every time you come into the office, and that has to get submitted with the claim. So there's requirements. I have to submit an office note with every documentation. Every claim that I send has to have additional documentation, and then the follow-up piece is very difficult. Even for a claim that pays at 100% of billed charge or it pays at the contracted rate, workers' comp just takes more time to manage.
Representative Flanagan.
And also, if it's a reoccurring issue, injury that may have happened previously, the insurance company won't pay it because it was somebody else's work injury. And since a workers' comp is rated, the employer is rated, they keep track of how many claims you have, and therefore the more claims you have, the more premium you pay. Or it goes into the assigned risk pool if it's that bad. So that's why it probably takes a little bit longer because there's multiple hands touching it.
There can be, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Could I have a follow-up?
For you, a follow-up.
Are there carriers that have gotten with the times and have allowed you to do it electronically, and are other carriers that only allow a manual portion?
There's a lot of carriers now that will submit claims that allow for electronic claim submission, so that has gotten better.
Thank you.
But
Thank
it's
you,
not that's just getting the bill there.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Very,
you.
very good
Thank you.
testimony. Ms. McKay.
Thank you. My name is Karen Mackey. I work at New Hampshire Orthopedic Center. We have 30 providers. We have three offices within the state of New Hampshire. I personally am the director of clinical operations and have been in the workers' comp realm, I'm going to say 30 years. And yes, I'm showing my age, but it's been a long time since I've been doing this. I'm here to speak on this House bill. A lot of the points that I was going to make have already been made. There's questions about repricing. So primarily the biggest issue with repricing is, as a provider, we do not have a contract with a repricer. That contract is with the insurance carrier. So we could get paid, we can see this patient 15 times. Most of those states of service will be paid correctly. As soon as it hits for it, I'm not sure if it's just a price point, a surgery, an MRI, something that's a little bit heftier. They'll send that out for repricing. And they're sending it out to make sure that we are charging a reasonable rate. Primarily, that's what a repricer is doing. And they're sending it back and saying, no, you did not. Currently, there was a question. I'm going to try to stay to some of the points that weren't discussed yet. I currently have $120,000 in claims that are up for, I believe my hearing's on February 3rd. Right now, $350,000 sits on our AR of above 150 days that is sitting there because it was priced incorrectly. Mr. Valis was very correct in all of the pieces that he said. The only thing that I would say is 90% of the time when a repricer gets a hold of our claims, we're getting between 15 to 30% of charges, which is significantly less. And we can show that when we do go to a hearing, because all the other dates of service were paid within 75, 80, 90%, depending on what the contract might be. So that gives you a little bit of a idea. It's sort of surprise billing on our standpoint. We'll go along with good faith. We're providing a service. We're expecting we're going to get paid exactly the same as we have for all other services, and then there's something different. So we then have to, as was discussed by Concord Orthopedics, we then have to decide to do the cat and mouse game with the adjuster. We call them, we try to negotiate. They say, no, you have to go to the repricer, etc. So I think that those are some of the things that are really some of the larger issues that we face in private practice in the state of New Hampshire. Are there good points in this? Absolutely. I think there's intent, and that was actually outlined. You know, speeding up payments so there's no disputes. Who isn't going to want that on either side? More efficient dispute resolution. Absolutely. Is maybe empowering the adjusters to have those conversations, or maybe there is something in between mediation, somebody that we could speak to at the department later that will get to the adjuster or the adjuster's boss and say, answer the phone. There are certainly ways that could be. And we always want to encourage incorporation, and we want to make efficient and provide cost savings along with quality service in the state of New Hampshire. Those are what our goals are. I think that there are, like I said, there are some good pieces. There's good nuts and bolts. I'm not sure, I really can't support it as it is written right now, but I most certainly would help whatever committee or whatever you would like to do to help provide, to put something together that might serve as a good guideline. We talked about mediation. That was pretty much, so I think in closing, I've hit all the points, added to some that weren't touched upon. Any questions, just let me know.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Murphy.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for accepting my question. Are the TPAs, the third-party administrators who are doing the repricing, are they basing this on actuarial data or insurance department database data or other sources, or is it arbitrary? Do you know?
So I'm going to be honest. Most of the problem, we've talked a little bit about our private carriers within the state of New Hampshire. We also have larger carriers. We talked about contracting and non-contracting. In a lot of these scenarios, we may not have a contract. So what ends up happening is it gets to good faith billing and knows terminology. When many of the I know one of the repricers that is a frequent offender is from California, and one that's a frequent offender is Vermont. So, I think that the other thing we can take into consideration is this really where we invest some of our energy? Is this part of many of these insurance carriers have to go to the Workers' Comp Advisory Committee to get approved? Is this part of the process? So when I know that I'm going to take a traveler's insurance, it's going to get repriced. And then at least we're knowledgeable that that's going to be happening.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Schultz.
Thank you. I've been percolating on this question. I wish I'd asked at the previous folks, so I hope it makes sense. And that is, so the mediation piece seems to be an issue for some of the folks. And that's really not the question that I have. My real question is, when you look at the bill as it is, compared to what you were saying is going to happen at the beginning of February with the $150,000 of unpaid bills,
Paid low.
Is that something when you go to these hearings, the law exists now, do you have to expend money on lawyers? Like, what liability financially and time-wise with the existing system is there for you? And it just sounds intuitive to me that mediation would be cheaper, but I have never needed as a business person to get a mediator. So help me understand what's good about that system now when it sounds to me expensive.
You hit upon a very good point. This process, and that was one of the things that I was concerned about, is if we have to bring this to the Department of Labor within, for some reason, I think it said 45 days or something like that. There's no way we're going to be able to do that. We're not paid. We haven't completed the cat and mouse game with the adjuster. There's no way we would be able to get to that resolution. So to answer your question, it is a lengthy period of time. If we are paid wrong today, it probably will take me about 4 months to get the documentation together that we need to say, I've done my due diligence, I've tried to negotiate in good faith, and I have enough information to support my hearing request. So I have one staff member that just does my low pays. And I do have an attorney that assists me to go to hearing. So if we're looking at mediation, from my standpoint, if we could get it down to 2 months and no attorney, certainly that's going to be less costly for me. I think that there would be some validity to such a mediation in that case. But again, I'm not sure who is that mediator. What tools are we going to give them? How are they going to determine what's reasonable? My reasonable, your reasonable might be two different things. So,
Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking our questions today. Just on the repricing again, when a third party finds it partially have to, going behind Representative Murphy's question. Are they looking at what the private insurance pay for a procedure and then what's being charged to workman's comp and then coming back and lowballing that and trying to run the 45-day clock out or 30-day clock out, and then you have 18 months to collect the residual?
I wish I had a fly in the wall to really know the answer to that question.
Okay.
I think there may be a piece of all of that. I see it has been mentioned before. You got to realize that the repricer is charging the insurance company a percentage of what they save. Then we go to a hearing. I have no idea if there's any accountability on that repricer to give it back to the insurance company once, they have to pay more money because I'm going to the Department of Labor against travelers. I'm not going to the Department of Labor against the repricer. So this insurance company now is going to have to pay more money and pay an attorney. It's very costly for all of us. So, and I am uncertain what fee schedule they utilize or what percentage of fee schedule they utilize.
Representative Sullivan.
Trying to bear down on this.
All right, let's go.
I think I heard you say that there's a trigger where repricing comes in after perhaps on the same patient, the same claim. There have been multiple bills processed, and maybe the first few bills are just paid in accordance with your agreement or your
Expectations, we'll say.
direct work with the insurance company. And then all of a sudden, without warning, it gets sent off to repricing and comes back at a fraction of what you have been receiving. Is that the idea?
That is correct. And we have no contractual relationship with the repricer.
Cool.
Representative Staub, and then Flanagan, and then Drago.
Yeah. Hi. Thank you for taking my question. One of the concerns that I have here, is it possible that providers may stop accepting patients who are covered by certain carriers?
This always runs a risk. I will say that when I'm saying that I have $350,000 in AR sitting on our accounts, for a small practice, that's a large amount. And something that was also said as well is in some cases, they're just going to accept it even though it's not right because they just don't have the wherewithal or the bandwidth to be able to fight it. So I think to answer, I would hope to say no. I know our physicians are very dedicated to the workers' comp patients. They're embedded in New Hampshire. They want to give the residents of New Hampshire the best that they possibly can. So I don't see that that's changing, but it does make it more restrictive for us.
Flanagan.
This is really funny dynamic because nobody wants their insurance premiums to go up, right?
Right.
But if the doctors don't get paid, they increase what they charge, which therefore would cause the insurance companies to pay a larger amount, which then causes our insurance to go up. It's a cat chases its tail, but I got a question.
Amazing.
What's that?
Please, go ahead.
Now I'm getting confused. Oh,
that's okay.
When you go to the Department of Labor
Yes.
and bring the insurance company in for not paying,
Yes.
who pays for that hearing?
We pay.
And if you prevail,
Want to follow up?
please,
Absolutely.
if you prevail,
I get paid what I expected.
but you don't get the money back.
No. What do you? I will get. So usually, when I go to a Department of Labor hearing, I'm going to request the additional funds that are needed.
Yep.
So I don't get any interest on it. I don't get any help with how much
How
money
much
it
does it
took.
cost for the?
And I
hearing?
have an attorney that takes 30%.
How much is the hearing? The
For follow-up?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
It's my time, my
No,
employees.
no,
time.
but does the Department of Labor
No.
charge you anything
No.
to go for a hearing?
No,
There's no court costs?
no.
Wow. But 30% to the lawyer.
Representative Drago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, piggybacking off the same question, it seems wild to me that you have a contract and then out of nowhere you just get paid a different amount. My question is, contract's a contract. So once you end up at the Department of Labor, what percentage are you prevailing to get what you originally?
I have not lost, and I have settled a good number before it even gets to that. So there goes maybe something that says mediation might help, because sometimes my letter to request a hearing is enough for them to get to the table and say, okay, let's talk. That's really unfortunate because it wasted all of our time, but.
Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up on something you said earlier. You made kind of a distinction between low payments relative to expectation versus contract.
Yes.
And you said both happen. I'm kind of wondering about the the split between those
So
two?
technically, the Department of Labor will not hear if it's a contract dispute. If I have a contract with, I think somebody mentioned Lawson, New Hampshire Auto Dealers, New Hampshire Motor Transit, it's up to me, my responsibility to follow through that, with that contract. And we should be solving that outside of that realm. Many of our contracts with those entities have a clause in it, all of them actually, because I put it there. If do not agree with what I have billed, call me. Pretty much it says that. And we negotiate outside of that. Unfortunately, many of the larger carriers, like Travelers, Liberty, who are much bigger and outside, we have contracts out there they could use, but they don't. We have a Core Bell contract that we have signed, but they have not opted in. So to answer the question, I may not know, depending on the employer with this insurance company, whether they will opt for a contract at all. So in good faith, we're billing, and we're hoping that we'll get paid a reasonable amount.
Okay. And Representative Granger, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for my health care, we do not have insurance.
Mhm.
And life is so much better when you become a cash pay and go to a direct primary care
We'll do
provider
good by you.
who does not take insurance. So is there a no insurance? So the goal of workers' comp is to help employees who get injured on the job. Is there any legal way to do this without dealing with insurance?
Oh, cheapest. I would say, I don't know, I don't see that. It's a good thought, but I'm not sure that realistic it would happen. Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir, did you have a
It's the law. As an employer, you have to provide workers' comp insurance.
Yeah.
okay? Thank
I
you.
think what he's thinking is a self-insured type of,
If you're
Yeah.
self-insured, you're still liable
Yeah.
for the claim.
Yes, please.
So the state currently mandates that employers
Yes.
purchase insurance against
Yes.
their will, and the insurance that the government is forcing them to buy isn't very good. Is that what I'm getting?
I won't,
Okay,
I'm
okay,
playing the fifth of that one.
all right. Okay, so seeing no further questions, ma'am, thank you for
You're
your
welcome, very much.
endurance of 750 questions. Appreciate it. Very good input. Department of Labor, please. You're gonna introduce it, right?
Good afternoon. My name, excuse me, my name is Danielle Albert. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Labor, and I'm here today with John Garrigan, who is the department's General Counsel. The department has reviewed the language proposed in House Bill 1352, and we believe we understand the intent behind the bill. I thought that where I would perhaps start today is by breaking down some of the changes. This bill is amending two sections within the workers' compensation statute, and those two sections work in conjunction with one another and flow from one another. So kind of working backwards, because the bill begins by discussing RSA 281A24, you really have to start with 281A23, which is on the first page, line 26, I believe, where it says medical, hospital, and remedial care, comma, civil penalties increased. This is the section of the statute that is obligating or requiring employers and or their insurance carriers to make payment of reasonable, necessary, and causally related medical expenses for an injured worker's injury. So injured worker has sustained an injury. It is a compensable injury, meaning it's not in dispute about whether or not this is a workers' compensation claim, whether voluntarily the insurance carrier has accepted it, owning liability, or you've gone through a Department of Labor hearing process or processes and have been ordered to accept the claim. There's a determination of compensability. Injured worker is able to select their provider, and they are able to go get treatment for this injury. And under current iteration of statute, may present that bill or have their provider present the bill to the workers' compensation insurance carrier for payment. So in the first instance, one of the things that this bill is changing is on presentation or on receipt of that bill that has been presented for payment, the provider has currently 30 days in which to review and make a determination, and they may do one of two things within that 30-day time frame. They may make payments to the provider for the bill that has been presented, or a partial payment if they are perhaps contesting the reasonable value of that service, or deny the bill in writing, providing written notification of that denial to the injured worker, to the provider themselves, and to the Department of Labor. The bill is increasing that 30-day time frame to 45. So the 45-day time frame that has been discussed over the course of this hearing is not in relation to a reasonable value of services resolution. It's in relation to the insurance carrier's time frame to review and make a determination about whether or not to accept liability or deny liability for the bill or bills that have been presented to them. The bill is also then amending the penalty provisions encompassed within this particular section, and that penalty provision is going to apply in 3 certain circumstances. And it's changing the penalty amount from what is currently set at $2,500 to $5,000. Penalties are going to be applicable under this particular section of statute in instances when anybody to a comp claim receives medical records to which they're not entitled and then disseminate them to persons. So if a insurance carrier receives medical records that are not related to this claim, perhaps they got a little bit more than they asked for, and in the workers' comp statute further up in this section, not for amendment, there are limits on what an insurance carrier can obtain. You're not allowed to go on a fishing expedition and say, give me the entire medical file for this person, I want to see everything that exists. There are limitations on what the insurance carrier can ask for and receive. So if by chance an insurance carrier happens to receive documentation that is outside the scope of pertaining to this claim and they then disseminate it to somebody else, that insurance carrier is subject to penalty under the statute. That penalty would be now up to an amount of $5,000 as opposed to the $2,500 as currently referenced in statute. The other section where the other provision within this section of statute where penalties are at issue is when an insurance carrier fails to make that determination of I'm going to accept liability and make payment, or issue denial within a 30-day time frame. If they don't do one of those two things within the 30 days, they are subject to penalty in amount of currently up to $2,500. That would now be shifted over or increased to $5,000. The third area that will now be subject to penalty is a new area. In addition to amending the 30-day to 45 days and increasing the penalty amount, there is new language added to Section 23 that is requiring the insurance carriers to proactively notify the Department of Labor, and I note only in instances when they have determined that they are responsible for a medical bill, that they are outside of the 45-day window in which to, I would assume, make payment, since it's only required in instances when they are determining that they are responsible for making a bill. Under this new language, it is giving them a 5-day window, so up to 50 days, in which to notify the department that they have not taken that action, and they're required to notify the department, I believe electronically, about what the notice of their determination is, a statement of when they received the claim, which I believe would assist the department in determining whether or not they are outside of their applicable statutory window, and then an explanation relative to why there was a delay. The department is not 100% clear if the intent is for in any instance when an insurance carrier has failed to pay or deny that such a notification should come to us. I will note that new provision at F, starting on page 3, line 29, is very specific that the insurance carrier is required to file this new type of notification with the department in instances when they determine they are responsible for the medical payment. So we would interpret that to be when they've accepted liability but are outside the time frame. And I think it's a reasonable read to say to make that payment, since they've accepted the liability and they're late in making that payment, that they have to provide this notification to the department. There is a penalty now attendant to failing to undertake that filing requirement with the department within the prescribed timeframes. The department would further note that on page 4, line 2, underneath this new subsection, there is a seemingly second notification requirement in which an insurance carrier who failed to notify the department electronically that they have not paid on time what the outcome is and when they received the bill, or an explanation of why it's late and when they received the bill, that they must again, by day 50, notify the department about what's the disposition of the case and what's the status of the payment. So as a technical suggestion, if the intent is to have accountability provisions within this particular statutory section relative to an insurance carrier's responsibility for making timely payment or denial under this section, there may be some sense to combining into one provision, one new provision, that if an insurance carrier has failed to either pay or deny, that they shall undertake such a notification requirement to the department. That's as it relates to the insurance carrier's responsibility to review for payment or denial. There was a lot of conversation during previous testimony relative to repricing, and I do want to note in the first instance, repricing is not an area under which the New Hampshire Department of Labor has specific statutory authority. It's not referenced or mentioned within 281A anywhere that I've ever seen. There are no rules in relation to it because it's not codified within the workers' compensation statute or law. I do not know whether or not that's an area that's better regulated or is regulated through the Department of Insurance. However, in instances where perhaps repricing has occurred and now there is a change in an anticipated or expected amount from a provider of a bill that has been presented, that's where Section 24 is going to come in. In instances when an insurance carrier has agreed, I am liable for this medical bill, it is a reasonable, necessary, and causally related service to this injured worker, but I am contesting the dollar amount of the bill that has been presented. I'm going to make some numbers up. I received a bill for $50,000. Perhaps repricing occurs. I genuinely do not know exactly how that works behind the scenes, but the insurance carrier comes back or their repricer comes back and is saying $15,000, not $50,000. In the first instance, under current iteration of statute through Section 24, and the insurance carrier still has to make that determination within 30 days. They're accepting liability for the payment. So even if they're making a partial or reduced payment, it still must, that amount must be made in a timely manner. If there is a dispute about the full value of that service, that's where Section 24 will come in. So again, working backwards, that puts us on the first page of this proposed amendment. And what changes are being made to this section are in relation to, really in relation to the dispute resolution provisions that exist within the statutory section. Under current iteration of statute, the parties are required to make efforts. The statute says efforts. It doesn't use the word reasonable. I think I heard the term reasonable kind of tossed around. Simply says parties must make efforts to try to resolve the dispute before petitioning the department for a hearing to resolve the matter. There is now going to be language, if this were to pass, requiring that those efforts be good faith efforts. And I would note good faith is not specifically defined. I will say that when the department hears under current iteration of law, when these disputes are presented, typically what we are looking for in terms of assessing whether or not efforts have been made in your petition, in the provider's petition for hearing or in the petition for hearing, are you outlining on these days I made telephone calls or had telephone conversations with an adjuster or the insurance carrier to try to resolve. I sent a demand letter, the demand letter is attached, or I sent a letter trying to resolve it, it's attached, or we had a meeting on X date and it wasn't fruitful. Some sort of recitation or substantiation that some kind of outreach has happened to try to resolve the dispute. There would now be this requirement that a good faith effort shall be made. I could potentially see some confusion from the parties to these cases. What constitutes good effort? What is enough good effort? I will note that's something that could potentially be defined through administrative rule if we were given rulemaking authority in order to define such. The other portion that is being amended within the statutory section, it is now adding a requirement or an option that either party may request mediation to try to resolve this reasonable value dispute that is at issue. Or may request the appointment of a mediator. So one, we understand the term may to mean that it is an option, not necessarily required. There is a lack of clarity relative to who is appointing the mediator. Is it the Department of Labor? The department does not necessarily read the statutory language to mandate the department to be appointing mediators or providing mediators. We don't have mediators on staff to appoint. So I'm not really certain. The department would have to take a look at if that were the intent for us to provide the mediators, what that would look like, would we need staffing, how all of that would work out. And it's not exactly clear as phrased what happens if one party does not want to go to mediation. Is a failure, or is one party not wishing to mediate for whatever their reason may be? We've tried, it hasn't worked. Is that going to impact good faith efforts in trying to then proceed to a hearing? So some clarity relative to perhaps what good faith effort means, if there is an idea or an intent that there are certain options, like a sit-down meeting, need to occur. There could be, one technical suggestion could be to simply state as such in the statute. And then relative to the mediation portion, if the intent is to have mediation available, or if it's intended to be a requirement, to add some clarity about where is the mediator coming from? Are the parties paying for it? Is it something that's anticipated to come through the department? Who's appointing that mediator? There could be some sense in trying to clarify that again, so it's clear for the parties who are participating within these boundaries. Finally, the final amendment to Section 24 is giving the Department of Labor authority to promulgate rules relative to the mediation process. So we understand that to mean that we would have rulemaking authority solely limited to the process for how mediation could flow. Now, again, it could be as simple as parties may engage in it and will have to pay for it, but the statutory language itself could use a little bit of clarity about the mediation portion. That's our understanding of the changes, and we are very happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Representative Ambalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sticking with the mediation piece, if you were to develop rules, would mediation be binding on a future hearing?
That is an excellent question, and I think that could potentially depend if the rule were crafted as such, so that any sort of agreement that came out of mediation is now binding and is in essence negating the right to proceed to a hearing because now there's some kind of outcome or determination on it. Potentially, I think the department would have to stop and really contemplate, one, is that something that you can even legally effectuate? And I would have to look at that a little bit closer to determine would that be a valid rule. So it's possible, but I think we would have to explore whether or not legally it would be an option.
Great. And follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Repricers listing with repricers that you don't deal with listed with the state somewhere.
I genuinely do not know. I am aware that any insurance carrier who's underwriting workers' compensation, and I believe any other kind of insurance within the state, must be licensed and is regulated through the Department of Insurance. And the same applies to third-party administrators who are regulated in part through the Department of Insurance if they are catering to the voluntary market. Any third-party administrator who is attending to a self-insured employer or group is regulated through the Department of Labor in the sense that we are assuring that they have the financial ability to operate and are then certified to do so within the state. I will note that if you look at the sections in the comp statute, which are at 281A5, I'm going to miss the alphabet soup letters that come after it. Repricing is not specifically discussed or outlined within the statutory provisions as what the claims adjusters, the third-party administrators, are contemplating doing under the workers' compensation statute. So again, when I say that the Department of Labor doesn't really have direct oversight or authority over the repricing process, it's simply not conferred to us. I do not know if that is something that is overseen through the Department of Insurance.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner. In the event that mediation does survive the bill, would it be practical and perhaps fair to have the parties split the cost?
That could potentially be an option if this language were to pass and the department were then given the authority to promulgate rules relative to the mediation process. Cost related to that could potentially be built into the rule.
Thank you.
All right. Representative De Silvestre. You didn't? Okay, Representative Granger.
Thank you. I was talking earlier about non-insurance ways. You mentioned self-insured. Can you give a brief overview of what that means?
Yes, insurance for the purposes of workers' compensation. I'm not addressing other forms of insurance. I'm by and far not an expert in those areas. For the purposes of insuring for workers' compensation coverage purposes, and there were some questions and commentary previously about what the requirements are within the state, and New Hampshire is a mandatory coverage state. So any employer who has one or more employees working within the state is required to secure and maintain workers' compensation insurance coverage to cover those employees. Employers have a couple of options on how to go about doing that. They can engage in the voluntary market and purchase a policy, or if they are unable to purchase a policy, say from like Liberty Mutual or whomever it is who's out there, NCCI, the National Council on Compensation Insurance, maintains the assigned risk pool where those employers can go and are matched with a carrier who's going to provide them with a policy. Yes, everybody pays a premium is what I understand. Oh, yes, I believe that is accurate. As it pertains to self-insureds, employers can pool, in essence, pool their money. There are certain requirements that they have to pass, and they have to be certified by the Department of Labor to operate in this manner. But an employer can pool its own money in order to handle its own claims, or they can, homogenous is a hard word for me to say. Homogenous employers who have this of the same trade or business or sort of business practice can pool their money together and then administer as a collective to their workers' compensation claims. And that pot of money is secured and is intended to pay for their claims. So they're paying for their own claims in that manner. Self-insureds are not considered, I believe as insurance has described it to the department, they're not considered an insurance product. So if you are an employer who is self-insuring for the purposes of workers' compensation, you're not you're not going through the Department of Insurance to be licensed or to get their sign off on anything. You're coming to the Department of Labor instead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
As always, very informative. And seeing no further questions, that being the last card, I now close the hearing.
Thank you.
On HB 1352.
A couple of minutes, or we good?
No, let's press. Can you press?
Right now?
Yeah, we're gonna press. Are you good? We're pressing.
Yep.
Yeah. I think so. The sound. Not that bill, but stuff around it. Yeah, I think so. Let's talk about it next week.
We kind of missed the big picture.
Let's talk about it in exec session.
Well,
all right. Last bill of the day, HB 1767 FN, relative to unemployment compensation eligibility and weekly benefit amounts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Lino Avalani, representing Carroll County District 4, the towns of Brookfield, Wakefield, Effingham, Freedom, and Eaton, bringing forward HB 1767 FN relative to the unemployment benefits. This was an idea that we met with our subcommittee that I wanted to bring forward. It is not a complete bill yet. I'm hoping that the committee will work on it together to bring forward a bill that will be a committee bill that will update the unemployment security system. I also missed one piece that was given out today from Representative McKenzie about his new step pattern for unemployment security. I wanted to include in this so we can get a updated financial note from Unemployment Securities, but that was it was on our website and then it was gone. So that will be part of the amendment that he will be bringing forward, and I'm sure that we will have more discussions on this bill going forward. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, no, I'm excited about what you guys have done. Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you're referring to replacing this giant table of benefits where there's like a one column. If you learn less than this, then you get this much. up to a maximum of this much. You talked about that table. Is that going to be coming soon?
That's it, yeah, we have the,
It was handed out this morning.
Representative McKenzie has the amendment. It's not, we're not in the amendment phase yet, so wasn't given out.
Okay, so
But it is.
so I won't be able to get it, or
Oh, you will.
No, you
it'll
can
be,
get it,
it's-
no problem.
Yep. We're just introducing it.
okay.
Yep.
Okay, any questions from Representative Avalani? Yes, ma'am.
See, I don't ask too many questions, going to ask you though. I just want to know what brings this forward for you to bring it forward and lessen the weeks. Thank you.
We had a very nice discussion over the summer, and there was consensus for a bipartisan solution to come forward, because last year we had Representative McKenzie's bill that didn't go anywhere. Unemployment insurance has not been updated since 2007, and we don't want to go backwards. We want to look forwards, so we don't have to update it again in 20 years.
For a follow-up.
Do you have, oh, was I still on?
You're good.
Do you have information that there are a lot of people that go up to the full amount of weeks, and that's why you want to lower it down?
Yes, last year we heard testimony that the average usage in a good job market is about 11 weeks.
Yes, ma'am, you're saving them all up. 2 years worth in one shot.
Do it longer than that.
So if it's the 11 weeks, so generally speaking, why touch it at all, I guess is my, and I remember all this, I'm just asking now. Why, if it's been 11 weeks, why change it at all?
Might be more palatable for certain people to make some changes to it.
Okay, they will get into that in committee. And there's two sides to it. One is the duration and the other is the amount. And they'll get into that at the subcommittee. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the people who had the discussion, the way you described it, on this topic are you saying this bill that you are putting forward that is incomplete and you hope will work on it, that it is bipartisan?
It is my hope that it will be.
Again, to remind everyone, the discussion last year was that the bill was too expensive. And in order to reduce the cost of the bill, you can affect either the cost of the payments or the duration of the payments. And that's what we're working on.
This is a relatively new way to look at it. Maybe it pans out for us, maybe it doesn't.
Yeah. Okay. Subject to no questions, thank you. And if
Thank
I
you,
could
Mr.
have
Chairman.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Again, John Reynolds from the National Federation of Independent Business of New Hampshire. I want to thank Representative Avalani for continuing to work on this. As we expressed, as I think we've expressed last year, earlier today, one of the biggest challenges that our members face is finding qualified workers. 1 in 3 small business owners right now have jobs that they can't fill. 1 in 4 say that they're getting 0 qualified applicants for open positions despite raising pay at high rates. And New Hampshire has about 2 open jobs per unemployed person right now. This bill would establish a variable pattern for unemployment, maximum unemployment benefit duration of 20 or 26 weeks, variable benefit lengths and alternative benefit lengths. I guess what I'm saying is there's nothing sacred about 26 weeks. When New Hampshire first adopted its unemployment insurance program in 1935, the maximum benefit length was 16 weeks. That was the majority. That was the prevailing number of weeks available in most states when they originally adopted their UI programs back in the 1930s in the midst of the Great Depression, at a time when, of course, you couldn't go look for jobs online like you can today. The maximum length per state has varied widely over the years, up and down between 26 down to 10. In the 1950s, it went up. By the 1980s, it went back down. It's gone back up, and it's going back down. Currently, there's 16 states that have maximum benefit durations that are less than 26 weeks. Half of those have variable benefit lengths depending on employment conditions. So this isn't completely out of the blue or unprecedented at all. And then the last part I would say that I think it's important to know is just shifting down the maximum benefit weeks for ordinary unemployment to 20 doesn't mean that there wouldn't also be supplemental benefits available through existing federal and state programs like extended benefits that can click on during periods of high unemployment. Trade adjustment assistance is another standing program. And then there are also event-specific extensions at both the federal and state level that are common, like during COVID or the Great Recession, when the number of available weeks was dramatically expanded. We would suggest, a couple of improvements from our members' point of view to the bill would be increasing the threshold of claims that would trigger the reduction or trigger the change in the number of weeks available from 4,000 to something higher. Looking back at the last 25 years, claims the trigger would click on and off frequently. I think more frequently than probably is intended at 4,000 claims per week, and then the other is to base the trigger over a longer period of time. Instead of 3 weeks, look at like 3 months or 6 months, which would help reduce that sensitivity resulting from just normal variations in seasonal employment. And lastly, to the point about the conversation about the bill last year, I think our members' primary concern is having people to fill open jobs, because that is the biggest struggle. And so the concern about raising unemployment benefit compensation is that it could induce people to stay out or make it easier to stay out and increase the average amount of time that somebody stays out of work. And I don't think anybody really wants that. I'm not knocking anybody that uses the program. It's obviously necessary to help, keep people afloat during hard times. But we don't want to extend that average duration out of work longer than it needs to be. So thank you.
Okay. Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have information on how long it typically lasts for someone to be unemployed before they get their first paycheck, and how long the onboarding process is for a new hire from the moment they take their first interview and to the time they get their first paycheck? Do you have any information on that?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Please.
Are you asking, so for somebody who's coming off of the UI program into employment, could help me understand the question better?
Go ahead.
So let's say that you apply to a job, and we call that A. And then you have the interview process, maybe multiple rounds of interviews, yada, yada, yada. And then you get your paycheck after, let's say, your first week. Do you have any idea how long that typically is?
I don't, Mr. Chair, Representative Granger. I don't have that information off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to try to track it down. And
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So your concern over hiring new workers, does that mean you work with the employment office to recruit, and FIB businesses work hard to find the unemployed people that are there so you can look at them as a pool of workers and work with the staff that work with? I mean, what kind of programs do you do to ensure you can quickly get people off of unemployment and into jobs?
Yeah, we thank you for the question, Representative Schultz. We do our best to educate our members about what's available at the state level, and obviously the New Hampshire Employment Security Department, agency, whichever, offers a variety of programs that can help retrain, help unemployed people look. We do our best to make sure our members are aware of that. I think they're doing everything that they can to find any pool of workers, right, who are available for work, and they'll take people from wherever they can in order to fill open jobs, and they'll take chances on people whose skills might not align with the open position, but they're willing to train them. And I hear a lot of unique, novel stories about what they'll do to keep people employed and get them employed.
Representative McKenzie, and then Representative Murphy.
Thank you. So the opportunities for people vary throughout the state of New Hampshire. Certainly Coas County compared to Rockingham County in terms of how quickly they can get back to work and how different, how do you see this affecting those kinds of things? If you're gonna limit the number of weeks people have, when you don't have, you're not talking apples to apples when you're talking the economy, the difference in the economy.
Yeah, thank you, Representative McKenzie. I think it's a good question. I think the same argument applies now, right? And I think I would refer back to, I mean, we're still talking about 5 months, right? We're talking about 20 weeks, 5 months in periods of robust employment or in periods of very low unemployment. So, I mean, we're still talking about a significant period of time. And as it relates to Coas County in particular, right, those might be trade exposed industries that are eligible for extended benefits under the federal unemployment program. And so I think there are other opportunities out there depending on the circumstance.
Just one final thing. if I
Please,
could, Mr. Chairman.
go ahead.
There is some value, or would you agree, that there is some value with an unemployment system that helps local employers to maintain a workforce? And that's the question. And then when you have a low rate state and you have a high rate state, Massachusetts versus New Hampshire, does it make sense to lower the benefits for people in New Hampshire and cut the number of weeks back? Is that counterproductive to your long-term strategy to keep workers in New Hampshire?
Mr. Chair, Representative McKenzie, I mean, to the value of to the sort of societal value of the program, yeah, I think that's the reason why unemployment exists in the first place, right? Is to prevent the bottom from falling out, particularly in times of like great economic duress up north, or you pick, or a generalized recession, right? I think part of the problem or trouble with pegging the actual value of the unemployment insurance system to, say, local economic benefit is like, does it take into account, does an analysis take into account the amount of savings, that somebody has when they enter a period of unemployment? Like, are they a person that's saved all along, right? So that they can buffer economic duress. Well, yeah, people don't save enough, which is a whole other problem. But I think the value just depends, right? The actual value in practice will vary depending on personal or local economic circumstances. But I agree with you that, yeah, it's there to prevent the bottom from falling out, not just for individuals, but sometimes for whole communities.
Yeah, Representative Murphy, did you have a question? Are you good?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have actually some data to offer the group just briefly that might help with this decision,
Please.
and also a question for Mr. Reynolds. So the data is just that the country of Sweden did an experiment several years ago in which they had very generous unemployment benefit periods, and they had a control group that continued with the existing system, and then they had another group where they shortened the unemployment period. And what they discovered was when they shortened the unemployment period, guess what? Everybody got a job sooner. And so, because the benefit went away, they couldn't.
So let's save that for executive committee.
Okay,
And
sorry.
if you could send that out to everyone
get the
so they
study
can look
for
at
you.
it, that would be great.
Yeah, okay.
And for your question, please.
Yeah, it was the country that their DOL did it, so I'll send that out to everybody.
Thank you, ma'am.
My question has to do with the statistic you shared, where 2 open jobs per unemployed workers, right now. So why don't we have 0 unemployment? And the BEA commissioner, the Business and Economic Affairs commissioner, told me at one point that there was a mismatch between job openings and skill levels and locations of workers. So in other words, we've got a bunch of openings over here, but the workers are up in Coas or wherever, and so we've got a problem there. So how do you see that? I guess, how do you see like this bill either helping with that, not doing anything for that? Do you have an opinion about that?
Sure. That's a good question and a good point. The statistic of nearly 2 jobs open for every unemployed person is from the U.S. Department of Labor.
Okay.
Did I say that?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Want to make sure.
No, I've had too much coffee, so a little iffy. Oh, to your point about, absolutely. I mean, I think that applies. There's a skills mismatch across the country. I mean, and there has been in New Hampshire, in the Northeast, and I can't think of a conversation about a state that I've had where people haven't talked about a skills mismatch for 15 or 20 years. it absolutely is real. I think to your point about the Sweden study, I'd love to take a look at it, but I think it's also just, to me, it's sort of human nature, right? If this hearing was next week, I wouldn't have stayed up on Saturday night looking up a lot of these statistics to send a Representative Avalani and come here and talk about them, right? I would have done it tomorrow. You know, it's just the way people are.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Good. And for saying no further questions, our last testimony of the day, save the best for last, Mr. Lavers. If you could come, and I appreciate the time that you've spent working with the subcommittee on this, and I'd love to hear from you.
Absolutely. Commissioner.
Commissioner, congratulations, that's right.
Change
Yeah,
in title, still the same.
Very good.
Thank you.
It's a lot of good work.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just handing out some pictures I find in prior presentations. The pictures do a better job telling the story rather than me just rattling off a bunch of numbers for the committee. So for the record, Richard Lavers, Commissioner, New Hampshire Employment Security. So as this goes around, I'll just talk about a few other things before we move through those slides at whatever pace the committee desires. So the department has no position on the bill. There are a couple points that we raised that you've seen in the fiscal note that was submitted by the department. One is, and I believe it's already something widely recognized that you're talking about addressing through an amendment, but the elimination of the benefit table is a problem. That's how weekly benefit amounts are calculated based upon how much an individual earned in the 4 quarters prior to their qualifying separation. So there needs to be some version of that table along with the minimum earnings requirement that is in there, where currently Section 25 states that an individual has to have at least $2,800, 1,402 quarters of earnings in their 4-quarter base period in order to qualify, to monetarily qualify for unemployment benefits. And that's to make sure that people have attachment to the labor force, right? You're not just someone who worked for one day and then they're going to come in and file for unemployment. We saw that during the pandemic because those people got paid pandemic benefits. But generally, that's not someone who qualifies for unemployment. So that minimum monetary entitlement along with the weekly benefit amount tied to the amount of base period earnings, that table is important. The other note that I would just point out to members is that the effective date is something that we'll want to look at as well. So if we're going to be looking at making changes to have variability in duration, those are changes not to be taken lightly to the unemployment system. So we would need additional time. I'd be looking at a request for upwards of 6 months for an effective date in order to make sure we get those changes correct. Those changes are tested, they're put into production, and then we're getting it right. So that when an individual comes in, we're telling them the correct amount of weeks that they could potentially collect. And then again, when that is going to be triggered to a different number of weeks, we are then in turn re-noticing those individuals in a timely way and an effective way so everyone can understand what they have available to them. So those would be 2 points that I would look at. Obviously, if there are going to be any other benefit tiers in addition to what we have now, we would obviously want to be looking at what those would have for an impact with the trust fund, what the impact would be on employer tax rates. You know, we've had long, extended conversation about the fund balance reduction triggers, which impact employer tax rates. Those triggers are set at milestone balance thresholds in the trust fund. So any impact there could have an impact on employer tax rates. So we'd want to have an opportunity to analyze that, present that information to the committee. I don't have today the most up-to-date duration numbers in terms of, I have average duration. I got a ton of information on duration for you. But the number of people in 2025 that filed for greater than 20 weeks, we will have that information. When I look back at the last time we talked about this, the 22-23 time period, we'd be looking at about 15% of claim filers are filing for more than 20 weeks. About 60% of claim filers file for less than 10 weeks. That time frame, and probably about the same, that 15% is about 2,500 individuals. So those are the individuals that are currently filing for more than 20 weeks. So I will go through quickly
Please.
some of the pretty pictures that we have here. But I just wanted to give some information to put this into perspective. Again, the department doesn't take a position on the bill. In the first slide here, going in, you see the picture of the country as a whole, different colors of the states. You can see that there are 36 states and territories. This is all U.S. Department of Labor information from the Employment and Training Administration. So 36 states currently offer 26 weeks of benefits. 16 states offer less, and then there's one state that offers more. I think Representative Seaworth found that slide. I saw a smile on his face. Moving to the next slide, just showing you again the 36 that offer 26 weeks of benefits, which includes New Hampshire, includes most of the Northeast. The next slide on page 3, labeled in the bottom left-hand corner, it shows the states in green that offer fewer than 26 weeks of unemployment benefits. We turn to the next slide on marked page 4. There is only one state, our neighbor to the south, that offers more than 26 weeks. So Massachusetts is currently at 30 weeks. When we get into the next slide at page 5, there is, it was mentioned earlier, I think Representative Avalani might have mentioned it, the concept of variability with the number of weeks that are available is not a new concept to New Hampshire, right? So this is something that is widespread throughout the country. And when we look at the 36 states that currently offer 26 weeks of benefits, there are only 9, like New Hampshire, that have a set duration, a uniform duration of 26 weeks. Not that you're automatically getting 26 weeks, right? But you're eligible potentially for up to 26 weeks. So of those 36 that currently have 26 weeks, 9 have a uniform duration like New Hampshire of 26. And when we flip to the next page, page 6, you can see that those other 27 states of the total 36 states that offer 26 weeks, those other 27 that are detailed on that map, they have variability in the number of weeks that are available. So the variability controls and the mechanisms that they use are diverse in terms of how they go about setting that within state law. Generally, what they are using for the variables are the amount of earnings that you had in your base period. So the total wages that you had in your base period, more base period earnings are going to result in more weeks available because that is a factor in finding that you were more attached to the labor market rather than someone that had fewer earnings. And then other states within that group of 27, they'll use both the base period earnings and they'll use that state's unemployment rate. One thing to point out, that with the variability allowed in the majority of the states, of the majority of the 36 states that have 26 weeks currently, they have fairly sophisticated mechanisms in their statute. They're all currently at 26, right? Like New Hampshire. So that's a lot of effort to get to where we are currently. Getting away from the maps, looking at where states are in terms of how many weeks they currently allow, onto page 7, you can see current numbers on average duration. I know this was asked about earlier.
So New Hampshire average duration is, excuse me, is currently 12.42 weeks. You can see New Hampshire colored in red on that chart. That puts us at 19th lowest. There are 9 states that are at 12 point something. So they are in we are in a tight knit group of about 9 states that are in that 12-week range. United States average is just over 15. Massachusetts average is almost 19. You see them to the far right-hand column of that chart where you do not want to be. Moving on to page 8, to the next slide. And this, I think it's important, and we talk about this a lot with our Unemployment Compensation Advisory Council meetings. But there is an obvious relationship, not just an anecdotal one, but one supported by the statistics, that there's a relationship between the duration of unemployment and job availability, right? People generally are not going to be satisfied with a long period of time of $4.27 a week, which is the maximum amount of benefits available in New Hampshire right now, because for our private sector worker, that's a less than 30% wage replacement. So it has an effect on how long someone is going to file, but so does job availability. What this chart shows is, looking on the left in the red line, you can see what average duration has been over the last 2 years. You go to the beginning of 2023, average duration was about 9.5 weeks. Interestingly, at that same time, the blue line job availability was high. There were a lot of jobs available. As you can remember, coming out of the pandemic, New Hampshire was really the jobs engine for the Northeast. We added more jobs to our pre-pandemic totals than any other state. Duration for unemployment was low. As what has happened over those 2 years, we've seen more of a no hire, no fire type of environment, lower job growth, lower stagnant labor force growth, and you see a higher duration, getting us to that 12.4. And you also see a coinciding drop in job availability. So fewer jobs available based on where we have gone over those 2 years, and duration has gone up as one would expect. That relationship between those two. Moving on to page 9, getting into some other data elements that we've spoken about at length before. Benefit exhaustion. So when individuals utilize all of the benefits that they are eligible for, easiest way to think about that is they use all 26 weeks. New Hampshire is the 4th lowest benefit exhaustion rate in the country, just under 19%. You can see the other state in the Northeast that does well with that is Vermont. I will point out, you can see where the other New England states are. Massachusetts is about double of what we are with benefit exhaustion. The United States average is more than double what we are with benefit exhaustion. And states that have high exhaustion are generally states that have low duration. So you can see, like your North Carolina, your Florida, they have fewer weeks available. They have high benefit exhaustion.
All right. I have 2 questions. Representative Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you just said about New Hampshire being one of the lowest rate of maxing out on benefits. Could that possibly be because we have such strict requirements to be unemployed, with the way we require reporting your job search and whatnot? I can imagine that our state is probably stricter than a lot of the other states at this same rate.
Well, I think it has to do with making sure that all of the resources that we have available for people to find employment, that they're widely known, that the individuals that are coming in to our offices are aware of those services. Both the 70 job fairs that we did last year, where about 7,700 job seekers attended, or the services that we have where they can go in and post their resume, search for other jobs that employers are posting, and do searches and find those opportunities and connect with employers. So we make a lot of services available for job seekers, regardless of whether or not they're filing for unemployment or not. I do think that the current benefit table, for the 427 max hasn't been touched since 2007. We've seen inflation of about 40% over that same time period. The deterioration of the wage replacement rate with that 427 has been significant. So now, like I mentioned before, we're below 30% for that average private sector worker. I think that obviously has an impact, and people aren't holding out for the perfect job when they're looking at less than 30% wage replacement.
Right.
So I think all of that has some impact on that low benefit exhaustion.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So clarification question on page 9. This is measuring, if I understand correctly, this is measuring the percentage of people that go through all 26 weeks. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Labors. So I'm looking at page 8, and it shows that the number of people, the number of available jobs is a bigger factor in the number of people that are staying on longer than the number of weeks. And also, as we alluded to previously, the 427 is a very large factor. And do you think that even if we got that, I don't know what's considered now because I haven't seen the amendment, but even if we went to say $450 or $475 a week for a maximum, is that going to make people stay home and not look for a job where they have insurance and stability and all those other things?
Well, we're still going to have the same standards and expectations of individuals that are filing for benefits and what they're conducting for a work search each and every week. You got to remember, right? The unemployment system is not an entitlement program. It's an eligibility-based program, and we scrutinize eligibility each and every week. So you have to be demonstrating to us that you're able to work, you're available for work, you are conducting an adequate work search, taking part in activities preparing you for work, and then contacting, hiring employers. So, we're still going to be going through those efforts, making sure people are getting back to work as quickly as possible, because that's the goal. If we're increasing the wage replacement rate, I think it will have some impact, but so does the existence of unemployment benefits. The existence of unemployment benefits increase unemployment. So I think it's intentional in order to provide support when individuals are unemployed unexpectedly through no fault of their own. Skills mismatched conversation. We could go back 100 years. You would still be having the conversation around skills mismatch. How many, the demands of employers say right now with implementing AI, how well are all of our training institutions doing with delivering AI equipped and skilled individuals? You're always catching up to the skills that are in demand. So there's always that friction, and there's always going to be some level of time that's needed to match those individuals or retrain those individuals to get them back into an available job.
Follow up?
Please.
Thank you very much. So can you tell us anything about the people who are staying on unemployment longer, either where they are or their age or skill set? Does that contribute? Would these factors change if we in fact lowered the number of weeks to 20?
Well, I don't have any the breakdown for those individuals today that do exceed 20 weeks, but we can certainly get some of that data for you. Generally it's going to show, there are, with population shifts, most of your claim filers are in the southern tier of the state. That's just where the workers are, where the jobs are. But we can certainly break down that information and provide that a little for you for the individuals that are currently exceeding the 20 weeks.
Thank you.
Okay, and go ahead. Thank you.
All right, I think we're on page 10. This is just a different version of what we just talked about with the weekly benefit amount. This looks at each state and compares what their average weekly benefit amount is, not what their
Right,
maximum is,
right.
but what their average weekly benefit amount is. You can see New Hampshire in the red line at 372 and how that compares to other states in the Northeast, and how it compares to the United States as a whole, which is at an average of 462. Massachusetts, again, is in where you don't want to be on this chart on the very far right. Might have something to do with 19-week average duration, all right? Moving on to page 11, when we look at some of the cost issues with this is a 100% financed by New Hampshire employers for delivering the unemployment program, including benefits and administering the program. New Hampshire has the 4th lowest average unemployment tax rate on employers in the country. That's the lowest in the Northeast. You can see where those other states stack up. The way that this number is derived, this is published by U.S. Department of Labor. They look at this by quarter, and they look at what the total wages paid in that quarter, and they also look at what the total taxes paid for unemployment comp in that quarter. They give you two numbers, one of which looks at taxes paid as a percentage of taxable wages. New Hampshire has a taxable wage base of 14,000, so an employer doesn't pay their experienced tax rate on all of the wages paid to the employee. It's only the first 14. That varies by state. So they give you one number, which is what I use here, the 0.55, is the percentage of taxes paid as a percentage of taxable wages. The other number they give you is they compare that taxes paid to total wages as well. New Hampshire there is like at 0.11, still in that same left-hand quadrant here. So you can see where we stack up in terms of an employer funding perspective and what the average tax rate is on employers right now. Moving to flipping the page to page 12, that average tax rate translates into a $77 cost per year per employee for the average New Hampshire business. Right now, I have that for the other states as well. You can see in Maine, that average cost is about $242 per employee, and then other New England states are much higher. New Hampshire is the only state, the only New England state over on that left-hand side, having the eighth lowest cost per employee in the country. A couple other slides. So looking at page 13, trying to just marry up some information here with duration and some of these other data elements. So just a reminder here, this was the map of the 18 states that have lower average duration compared to New Hampshire. So that's, we saw a bar chart earlier. This is where those states are. When you flip the page, you can see that when we try to marry that duration information up to the average tax information, page 14 shows the states that have both lower average claim duration, so they are under New Hampshire's average of 12 weeks of unemployment claim duration, and they have a lower average amount of unemployment tax paid per employee. So that's the 5 states that you can see here. New Hampshire's at $77 per employee on average. You can see Arkansas, Tennessee, Virginia, Alabama, Florida have lower amounts. Interestingly, in a lot of those cases, it's not because they have a lower average tax rate than New Hampshire, but interestingly, they actually have in some cases, higher average tax rates, but lower taxable wage bases. So, for instance, Florida has a higher average tax rate than New Hampshire, but their taxable wage base is $7,000, whereas New Hampshire's is $14,000. But when you try to compare it down to who's got lower duration and lower cost per employee, that's what I was trying to do there to give you some perspective.
Representative Schultz, you got a question on that?
Yes, thank you. On some of these statistics that look good for New Hampshire, is two separate questions. One is, isn't there a contributing factor to the fact? I think we are still the state with the highest percentage of workers in small business jobs or something akin to that. And wouldn't that impact some of the ways that our workforce stacks up against our surrounding states, New England, whatever? And also, isn't there, for those statistics that look at the total base of who's unemployed, factor that in a different way? So are we only looking at people who file for unemployment? Those are two different questions.
So when we look at duration data, exhaustion data, that's only looking at people utilizing the unemployment program, right? But when we look at labor force data, that monthly number, New Hampshire currently at an unemployment rate of 3%, that data looks at more than just people utilizing the unemployment program. The people utilizing the unemployment program right now, you know, we're right around 4,000 claims per week. That's an important number, right, for this bill. That is historically low. So the current difficulties with labor force growth and some of the stagnation that we saw in 2025 in terms of adding private sector jobs, not as robust as it was coming out of the pandemic. But what we also see nationally with very little job growth, that is not because of an overutilization right now of the unemployment program. Unemployment claim volumes are still at historic low numbers, right around, like I said, that 4,000 number, which is used as a metric in the legislation. We had pointed out, and I think I failed to point this out earlier, in the fiscal note, we did point out that there, you know, you do have, with using that number of 4,000, which is where we are, a little bit below, a little bit above each week right now, it does result in quite a bit of change in those number of weeks that would be available under the legislation. So we had put in a couple numbers for the committee. One was looking at 2024 and looking at all 52 weeks. And if this bill had been in effect, no change. It would have been 20 weeks the entire year. If it were in effect for 2025, two issues here. One was it would have bounced around 5 times. It would have started at 20, because that's the baseline, would have gone 26, 20. It would have done that 5 times over the course of the year. But one other issue, and we had brought this up in the fiscal note, is federal government shutdown periods. New Hampshire, as every state does, we report our weekly claim volume to the Department of Labor. They then go through their process and then publish it, and they'll seasonally adjust those numbers. They'll go through a process that they don't share with us. They don't let us be a part about that. They tap me on the head and tell me to go away, back to my small state. That information wasn't published during the shutdown. So there are 6 weeks, for instance, there are 6 weeks in 2025 that we didn't have data. So that's something to take into consideration when we're looking at if we're going to have variability in the number of weeks available. Is it going to be the weekly number of claims over a certain period of time? And are we going to account for periods that we might not have data available from the feds if you had another time like what we just experienced? It's something I should have mentioned previously. To finish up, want me to go back?
Please.
Oh, and thank you for answering my question.
To finish up on page 15, spent just a couple of slides looking at overall trust fund health. That's an important topic for us. It'll be even more important when we get into the discussed amendment that looks at increasing some higher benefit tiers. So what I did here for the committee was I took basically, it's not, I call it this, the federal government doesn't call it this, it's a trust fund health index. Okay, they publish quarterly information that looks at the for all states looks at what your trust fund balance is, looks at what your total wages are, and it looks at what your worst benefit payment years have been in the last 20. They arrive at what they call an average high cost multiplier. You want to be around 1 or above in order for the federal government to consider you to have a solvent trust fund. Now, I think there are problems with that calculation right now because one of the time periods that they're using is the pandemic. Okay? Regardless of how bad the next recession is, and there will be one, it will not be the pandemic. Okay? So I don't think that is one they should be using. When we look at all that and we apply it and we use the same measure for all the states, you can see here, New Hampshire is just a little bit under that 1% at 0.93. So from a health index of our trust fund, doing quite well. Beginning of the pandemic, we're at 300 million. Right now, we're at 390 million. But because of the pandemic impacts, with the punching above its weight for the number of people that actually filed and the benefits paid out, it looks like we're actually under from where we were prior to the pandemic, even though we're almost 100 million above that. So one other point I would make here is you don't want to be too far above that 1% number. You see Maine here is almost at 2%. You don't, in order to get well above that 1% number, you have to be getting more revenue from somewhere, okay? That revenue comes from employers. That, I believe, I don't think it's an inaccurate statement to say that when you're that far above that 1% number, you are collecting revenue from your employers that you do not need in order to pay benefits during a downturn. So being right around that 1%, I think, is a better place to be rather than states that you see that are much higher than that. So even though on this side it looks like Maine is healthier than New Hampshire, Maine employers are also paying at $242 per employee per year, while New Hampshire's paying 77. So I think you need to take that into context as well. Then to wrap it up on, unless you want to take a question, Mr. Chair? Representative Drago.
Rep. Drago, go ahead.
These graphs have just, oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. These graphs have piqued my interest, and I'm not sure you could even answer this. How is South Dakota basically beating us in everything? It looks like they have a healthier trust fund. Their employers pay less. They have a higher weekly average payout, and they also pay more per week. How are they beating us in?
Well, I think some data points that I don't have here that I could show you that South Dakota is not outperforming New Hampshire. Similarly, there are some graphs here and charts that make it look like Vermont is outperforming New Hampshire. I don't think there's anyone out there that would want South Dakota's economy versus New Hampshire's or Vermont's economy versus New Hampshire. So if we were to look at job creation and labor force, then you would start seeing other ways in which New Hampshire is outperforming both of those states. But for these purposes, with these, what I felt was most relevant for the legislation, it does look in some instances like South Dakota would be outperforming us. But you could also say the same thing for Mississippi and Alabama on some of these slides. But again, I don't think anyone wants to swap out economies with either of those two states. And then the last here on page 16 just mapped out the 18 states that, according to that trust fund health index, have a healthier trust fund than New Hampshire. And then to try to marry it with some of the other information very much relevant to the proposal. On page 17, I show you of the 18 states that have a healthier trust fund on that index, there are only 2, being South Dakota and Alabama, that have a lower average unemployment tax rate compared to New Hampshire. And then when we flip to that final slide, you can see that of those 18 states with a healthier trust fund on the index, only 9 have lower average claim duration than New Hampshire. 3 of them are 12 point something, so statistically a dead heat with New Hampshire. And so really only 6 of those states that are considered to have a healthier trust fund have a lower claim duration than New Hampshire does.
Wow.
And that's it.
So my takeaway, tell me if I'm right or wrong, is this legislation, probably we need to do something, but don't screw up what's working.
I think there's a lot that's working. You can see that in the numbers. So I think let's be careful.
Yep, okay. Gotcha. Great testimony. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
as always. And congratulations, sir. Very well deserved. Okay, seeing no more testimony, I'm closing the hearing on HB 1767. Okay, so we're meeting next week on the 20th at 10 a.m. The plan is to exec the 4 bills we listened to today. Of those 4 bills, I think 2 we can actually have a reasonable discussion on and vote. And then the third one, let me get my bills straight here. HB 1352 relative to payment and dispute of resolutions. I'd like to think about what we want to do that and discuss that next week. It sounded like there were some things that were not in the bill that probably should be, and some things in the bill that probably shouldn't be. But I think that there's my sensing of the room, which isn't always right, but my sensing in the room was that we could come to agreement on some things. So I'd like the folks to think about that over the next week and see where we want to go with HB 1352. Representative Avalani, who's on your subcommittee right now?
Mr. Chairman, whoever you designate.
Okay. Okay.
Unless you want a full committee.
I'd rather go with a subcommittee on 1767. Brian, if you agree with that. Okay. And Representative Avalani, Representative McKenzie, and I'd like one more member on that to take a look at the testimony we just heard and how we want to form that into a reasonable bill. And I had thought the data is right here, and we can hand that out. I thought you'd already seen it, but we can hand that out, the sheets. So I'm looking for one more person on the subcommittee. Granger? Okay. All right. So Granger, McKenzie, and Avalani. Excuse me. If you guys could talk this week and just come with a way forward, just what is you think you can do, and yeah, if you could just give us a feel. And Representative Avalani, I'd like you to chair that if you could.
Certainly.
Yes.
I would like to plan to attend that subcommittee. And I think subcommittees do have to be posted, so that if they are going to talk in this coming week, it has to be a scheduled meeting.
But you're right. You're correct. So you just think about it. Give me a timeline that makes sense.
If you could include me in the scheduling, that'd be great.
And this is an FN, so whatever we do has to be done
Quickly.
rather quickly. Okay. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Great job today. Long day. Appreciate all the hard work, and we'll see you next week. This adjourns the meeting.
Jim, any more pink slips?
I do not. Okay. I have this.